All right, time being 9:15, I'll go ahead and bring this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Joe,
Yes.
Don,
Yes.
Sherry,
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Gary,
Here.
Dan.
Here. Do any of the commissioners have a reason to abstain for a financial or non-financial conflict of interest at this time?
No.
I do not.
No, all right. Next item on the agenda, item number 4, approval of the agenda.
Move approval of the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda, item number 5, public comment. Does anyone at this time care to make a public comment? Seeing and hearing none, I will close the public comment portion. Right. Next item on the agenda is the 2020 budget. Did you want to take this opportunity to go over revenue, or do we want to wait? What do you wanna do?
Do you have any questions on, before Brian comes at 9:30, on any of the other ones besides the departments?
This-
You know, like we've got the election.
Under the other, you mean?
Yep, and like the court, all those other ones. Did you have a chance to look at them and what you think of them?
How do we reduce the court ones? No, just kidding. There's a lot of those that we just don't have a choice in.
No.
I
what we
couldn't
can
remember
do.
the court, where'd that number come from? Did they give us that?
No, the other ones I do.
Well, like the court, how do we budget for the court expenditures?
All these are like estimations, just comparable to what was spent the following years.
Right.
Well, and
And
this
we have
actually,
2 trials coming for sure.
2 murder trials, yeah, right? So I mean, that's, chances are it's gonna be significant.
Professional service and fees, you know, the bulk of it. What's all lumped into there typically?
We have our public defender, and we
Okay.
pay them $15,000 a year. And then some of the judges will court order other attorneys.
Sure.
And that's what that is.
Okay.
Well, it's hard to guesstimate on some of those, but I think with 2 for sure murder trials, I would not think that either one of them would be long and drawn out. Who knows? We probably should. How did you figure those in? Okay.
The state's attorney helped, kind of about it, and, we'll have to pay jurors and then meals and,
Yeah.
witnesses, that'll come out of state probably.
They're gonna be jury trials, too, I assume? right?
I assume.
Okay, I guess that's to the individual,
Yeah.
what he's gonna do.
Can you just give me a rough overview of the data processing budget?
That is anything, Craig Miller is our IT,
Okay.
and anything he does for any of the offices in the county, comes out of there.
What are you under, Joe?
Data processing, it's like if you're in other departments, it's 1, 2, 3, 5th page. The 116.
143 is the number, 1015 and then 143.
The rentals really jumped from 2016 to 2017.
See, and that's our refresh. We'll have our refresh next year, and that's a payment to the Kansas State Bank where we.
Oh, and what is that exactly? It's
It just refreshes all the county, the computers in the county with, you know, the main box. We just get new.
Yeah, new desktops or whatever, workstations. That's a 3-year cycle right now?
and these utilities, that's internet and phone and all of
Correct.
that stuff?
Yeah.
That just seems like a, now, does each office have, do we have, you know, one internet bill for the whole building? Or does each department have like their own internet line? How does that work, I guess? Do you know by chance?
Well, it just goes through this, they really don't have them for each one.
Okay.
Most of the, internet or whatever we have to do goes through this, data.
Okay.
account.
Because I noticed most of the departments had like a utilities line item.
And that's phone, it's mostly phone. And I looked into the fax, and that really, it really doesn't cost them much. It's like $10 a month for each office.
I'm just gonna, but just, you know, with each one of them at utilities, I'm wondering, if there's a way we can save and, you know, maybe reduce some phone lines, or, I don't know what.
Was that
what the answer
originally
was.
bid out? Or is there just one provider available for Yankton?
Yeah, we just won. I don't think it was ever, it might have been years ago, I guess, I don't know. But,
Okay.
you know,
That would be something to look into, I suppose.
And then Craig's fees, the professional, is that a contract? Do we just have them on retainer, or is,
contract, yeah.
so he gets the budgeted amount, we just, no matter what? Okay.
Well,
Or do we
whenever
have-
he puts in, you know, whenever he does work and puts a bill, if we don't pay him a set amount
Okay, it's
Hourly.
per,
per whatever he does.
okay,
Hour?
okay.
Yep.
Probably.
And also that professional services is the pictometry for the assessor's office.
Okay.
And the city pays a portion of that. They
Right.
will reimburse.
Yeah.
We got our predatory animal expenditures, and for the people that are viewing at home, that's kind of an interesting one. That's what we're required to pay that by South Dakota law, based on our number of sheep and cattle in the county, right? So it's, it is. South Dakota Codified
Yeah, I
Law
read.
40-36-11, so we're required to pay $33,300 to the state.
Well, actually, I had a question on that.
Yeah.
We got 3,300. This letter had 3,128.
That's what,
It's just, and that's, I don't wanna go over.
Okay, that was just it. That's what I was curious.
so, nope, don't get any extra sheep out there, Joe, or we'll go over budget.
Double your sheep population.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk to, who's got the bunnies?
Oh,
The show bunnies?
Dale.
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 Could watch him.
Yeah.
He could go over on sheep or bunnies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have some information for planning and zoning salaries. How do we wanna address planning and zoning?
That's what you'll have to, you know, I just put, you know, what they're making now and then just out of the 3%.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have to have directions from
Well-
you guys to how much you wanna pay.
We'll have to add that software in there
Mhm.
that we're getting.
Well, that'll be this year. That we'll pay for that, I
Right.
believe.
It wouldn't be, but then the renewal next
Yeah.
year we'll
Yep.
have.
What is that, $6,900?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So, and that will be in,
Okay.
we might as well change that now so I don't.
Sure. They have E911 signs
Pink mark over that too, huh?
in there, E911 signs budgeted for $1,200. Actual expense was 155, but it's probably higher. 2018 was 855. So it appeared on zoning and planning for E911 signs. So it appears, I don't know, it appears that we may be purchasing E911 signs.
Well, but I'm not sure exactly where it all ends up, because when Paul orders the sign, he does pay for it, but someone has already written a check for it.
Yeah,
You know,
there's
so
a
there's
revenue.
a fee for it, so where the revenue and where it's
Yeah.
recorded, I'm not sure.
But one of the things that we're finding out, too, is that what we charge isn't actually what it costs us. Unfortunately, we may be charging $20 and the sign costs $80. It doesn't appear that we're keeping pace with costs increasing. And that probably goes to a bigger discussion of where we really,
Right?
what Don, you said at the last meeting is we should really be reviewing our fee structure probably every year, just to see if we're too low or too high or anything like that. So,
Sherry, did you say that was 6,900 for that?
Yes.
And that was maintenance?
What are they, that's just for essentially renting the software for the year.
Okay, then I'll put that in, I'll add 6,900 to the rentals.
Okay.
Then, refresh me on, did we have the salaries for the 3 people in there?
Yep, this is what I put in with the 3, or what they're getting now, and I just added the 3%, so we'll have to redo that after you let me know how much you're gonna pay them.
sure.
But we're only gonna go with 2 instead of 3.
Yep,
So it'll be a net decrease.
yes.
Well, the ones that here is just for 2. The third one isn't in there.
Oh, okay.
For zone, that should be all 3 of them.
Should have been, I thought
Because I
it
think
was.
the 2019 was budgeted for the 3,
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure it was.
that we just
Then
never,
it is a total.
never filled it, so that, yeah, it's 153, 5 should be for all
But
3
what,
positions.
what is this marked is, I went by what the 2 of them are getting. I didn't put that third one in this budget that I just put in.
Mhm.
I just went by what they're making now monthly and took that, by the end of the year, what they will be, and then I just added the 3%.
That seems high.
Yeah, I think that 149 was for 3 people.
Weren't we at like 42 and 58?
58, and then I think
40.
their other one was gonna be 40-ish, somewhere in
But the
there.
2020 doesn't have 3 in it.
The 153,551.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, I think that seems high.
That's high.
Because the 2 positions should have came out to be 100 and some change.
I'll go check and see how.
Yeah, that budget has
That has to have.
gone up
that.
$100,000 in 4 years. Went from 153 to 255.
Yeah.
A big jump of that was salary too.
What was, yeah, between 2018, 2019,
Right.
you can see the salary.
Mhm.
It's 40.
Well, almost 50, really,
Add
almost
in the
50.
other ones.
And yeah, so the biggest increase in, that department in zoning and planning department was salary from 2018 to 2019.
2019. 2019 was 40. 2019 was 50. 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 2019 was 50.
2017 to 2018. And well, then 2018 to this budget.
Professional services.
That's a lot of legal fees too from professional services. That really jumped up in the zoning as well.
Mhm.
Almost doubled. Well, it doubled in 2 years. Well,
I think it's pennies, but I think back to your E911 signs, I guess I don't see it as an expense.
In zoning, there's a line item for E911 signs
Okay.
of 2018 was $855. 2019 budget was $1,200.
Well, it's pennies.
So, yeah, but it should be,
We don't have any revenue on the revenue side
Yeah.
projected for 2000.
And
20.
with the actual, this is only from March, January to March too.
Yeah.
So there's probably more in there now.
Okay. All right, any other questions on zoning? We'll go to register of deeds.
Yeah,
Ready?
it's-
up here.
All right, you ready, Brian?
Yes,
Sorry, had a question. Welcome,
thank you.
thank you for coming.
I usually have one of the more boring budgets, but I'm glad to answer any questions you might have. Most of my increase is simply due to, possible cost of living increases and step increases. I never know exactly, obviously in June or in the spring, what the cost of living you're going to decide is going to be, so I plugged in 3%. I realize that might be optimistic, but I had to use something.
Right.
And I understand that'll probably be adjusted to whatever, you come up with at the end of the year.
Now, when you did that, did you adjust for, because your previous budget had in 2%?
Yeah, I think I might have used 2% last year. I think we might have had some direction in that regard, or maybe I didn't. Yeah, I think I did use 2.
Because some departments had factored in the 2.5 plus the, say, 3 for the coming year.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them left it at 2, which was what was, but, which probably was the
Yeah.
number you would have had.
I think I used 2, and then, of course, it eventually went to 2.5.
Yeah, okay.
I don't, things are looking pretty good right now. I think right now, as of the half-year mark on June 30th, I'm at 46% of my budget, which means I should end up spending about $205,500, about $2,000 more than last year at this time. And again, I think that's mostly due to cost of living and step increases. I haven't had any other outstanding increases. We try to really be frugal. I don't think you'd find another county budget that has grown in 13 years since I've been here that has grown by a smaller percentage. And I don't think you'd find too many others, I won't say this for sure, but that have had a larger revenue increase. So we try to come at it from both ends and do a good job for the county. We try to look at it like we're spending our own dollars. We try to be careful with it just as if we'd be, we're not going to be frivolous with the money. Revenue's looking good also. We're doing pretty well. We had a slow January and February, but March, April, May, June, and the first week of July have been very good. So we should be on track for a good revenue year. The last 4 consecutive months, we've been over $10 million a month in real estate activity, which is good, and we're on track again for that in July. So we like to see that. That represents about a third of our revenue. We always try to make about $100,000 a year in those land transfer fees, so that generally ends up being about a third of our total revenue, along with other fees that we charge. But
So you pay almost half of your whole budget then back in fees, so I mean, you're,
well, we have kind of a general, our staff has kind of a general goal each year, which is to actually finish the year bringing in 1,000 more than we spent. And so that means, obviously generating revenue of about 300,000 and trying to keep spending to 200,000. That's kind of our goal. Eventually, that's going to have to be adjusted because, cost of living raises do mean you're going to see some increase in spending. But that's generally about the only place we see it.
It's amazing. Your fees that you charge, is that something that is set by the state? Are you able to raise those fees as costs
We can't,
increase, or-
they are set by the state, but we can be aggressive in seeking out customers for the records we sell for $1 a copy. And we've been one of the more aggressive register of deeds in doing that. These are generally out-of-state companies that, are interested in our real estate records, our mortgage records, what have you, and we're able to charge $1 a page. I have two, for instance, two out-of-state companies. They're each, I just sent out the bills for June. They're each going to pay us $1,500 this month, $3,000 total, just for sending digital copies. It's a pretty good revenue producer for us. Some registers of deeds don't mess with that at all, but I'm always willing to make the county a little money.
Well, it's not free, it
No.
costs your employees
Right.
time and their
Right, we
county
spent a lot of
time,
money
so-
building up that database so we could provide digital records, so a lot of money and time. But I understand the, 3%'s nothing that's sure, probably likely won't be, but I just had to use a number, so that's what I plugged in. Don't have any big capital purchases that.
That you don't have a lot of.
No, we've been pretty good about maintaining our machinery and milking life out of it. We had some equipment rentals over the years. I've tried to reduce those, so that hasn't gone up.
What are your rentals that you have?
We have a company out of Omaha that we rent some computer technology from, and we could, and I have actually over the years replaced a lot of the things we rent from them with stuff that we've purchased on our own. Still have a few left, and the reason is they do require some maintenance, and part of the rental agreement is maintenance, and they have expertise that we don't as far as keeping some of the programs going, and so that comes in handy. I mean, we could obviously just have a maintenance contract with them, but it's minimal to the point where I think it's
Sure.
at some point maybe I'll replace all of them, but there is a reason for doing that, and that's simply the relationship we have with the company and the expertise they provide when we have issues.
Utilities, that's your phones and fax lines
Yep.
and those types of things. Any other questions?
I always think travel is a little misleading, and I know all the departments do it this way, but that actually includes our state association dues. And I always thought, not meaning to cause problems, Patty, it would be nice if we could get that on a different line item, because it's kind
No,
of,
and I could make an extra line for
How
that.
much is it?
but our,
There's like 2 or 3 different ones we have to pay a year.
But how many
dues.
dollars?
what is it, Patty, right now for one office? Is it one office to share the state association dues?
Yeah, was it one like, just a little over 100, and then we have the chamber dues, and that's like $10, $11.
100 per month, you mean? Because it's more than 100 per,
No, not just 1 month, it's just, for the whole year.
okay. Seems to me like my budget takes a bigger hit than that, but.
Let me go, print out that one.
It's only $100, I wouldn't think.
No, that's not worth it, Don. I thought it was more than that, though.
Yeah.
Because don't we have the state association of counties and we have the national one as well, correct? That we have several of
Right.
those?
Well, we have NACO, and then we have SDACO, and you have SDACC, which is the commissioner. So there's actually 3 different associations. I should have looked that number up before I brought it up, but I know each year that comes out fairly early in the year, and it hits your travel budget. Like right now, I think it says I've spent 62% of my travel budget, but that's because, right from Jump Street, I was way behind because those dues came out. It's not that big a deal. It's just, we used to have a line, I thought, that said professional services. that it could have fit into, but I don't see that now.
Yeah, there is a 200 one that has professional services on Director of Equalization.
Okay, so they still have that, okay.
Right after insurance, it would be 200. But you
Well, if
have
it's
it
o-
listed
Yeah,
there.
maybe it should go in there instead of travel.
I thought that was a change the auditor's office made some years back, and I didn't mention anything at the time, so I don't know why I'm raising it now, but something to talk about, I guess. Didn't want to,
Yeah. Well, it helps everybody explain where, the dollar.
yeah, as far as if you want to define, that's not really travel.
Sure.
Because when we do go to a state event, like a workshop or a convention, that actually does, that's a separate cost that does come out of our travel.
And, the travel is important too, to go to conventions and learn from other people and
Yeah.
how to do
Is,
that.
the one is about 700.
It's 700 per
For
office.
each office.
Yeah, so that's,
And then
that,
there's, another little one,
for NACO, or,
yep, that's 15 for each office, and then the chamber dues are 22,
okay.
Is that
It's
each
just,
month or 22 each month?
once a year.
I don't want to, if it works for you, that's okay. I just always thought,
No, I guess I've
it's
never-
not really travel, and so,
No. It's always been put in there,
for a long time,
yep,
yeah.
but I can make a new line item.
Well,
You can, you can ask the other offices if it's something they'd prefer too. I don't want to just do it just for one office, I can understand where you'd want to be uniform, treat everybody's
Yeah.
dues the same. But anyway, that's about all I have.
Any
Looks
other
like it'll be another good
questions?
year by the end of the year.
Did you have something, Gary? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I always like to say good things about Brian because I think some of his expert budgeting skills comes from growing up on the farm, 7 brothers. I grew up on the farm too. I've
Yeah.
known Brian for decades and I think some of that's just, they talk about nurtured nature.
Well, you learn how to stretch a buck. We were very poor, so we learned how to stretch a buck, and I was a small business owner for a number of years, and you learn how to stretch a buck doing that too.
My grandpa always said, it's not always how much money you can make, it's how much you can save.
Yeah,
So,
that's huge. That's
my-
huge. Yep.
my-
Yeah, I guess that is definitely part of my philosophy, Gary. Is
So I
try to know the value of a dollar.
think highly of you, so.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all the good work all 5 of you do. All 6 of you, Patty.
Thank you, Brian.
Any other questions for Brian?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
and
it.
just
All
want to
right.
comment.
Good luck. I know it's
Yeah,
not an easy job.
Just a great job he does on his budget. So thank you very much. Cassie, are you ready? Come on up. Go, all right, next item on the agenda, item number 8, Cassandra Richelieu, Soil Conservation. Welcome.
Hi.
So why don't you take a moment, just go over your budget for us, explain it, and,
I don't have it with me.
Do you want me to make a copy of it,
That would
Kathy?
be okay. Sorry
sorry.
about that.
No, that's fine.
I didn't know what I was supposed to bring.
No, I know. Every time I stop in, you're always so busy over there. This is one of the first budget meetings that's being televised, so if you want to just take a minute, tell us kind of what your department does. I know you do a lot with tree planting and just wonderful, great things for the county, so.
Well, during our busy time of the year, we plant trees. We cultivate. Thank you. We drill CRP. I know this year wasn't a very ideal to do that. Yeah, we were lucky to get trees even in the ground this year.
Yep.
Otherwise, when I'm not expecting, I am out there drilling too. I'm in the tractor and working. Otherwise, we have grants to do. I help with NRCS with their planning. Keeping up with the books, of course. I know there's other things, but right now I can't
Yeah.
think of it.
And your office is at the NRCS office? and-
Yes,
and you work
it's in the
closely with them?
USDA building in the NRCS office.
And we have to, it's by state, we pay
Yep.
the tree manager.
Yep.
Yep.
She does a great job with the trees, and And I can vouch that she's out there in the tractor drilling
Yeah.
CRP all and does a wonderful job, so.
Yep.
um,
So, basically, I don't know, what I have down here is you guys you pay my salary and insurance and retirement. Everything else, the district basically covers. I mean, yeah, I know I write down here on like supplies and other stuff, but mostly the district covers. And you guys also pay the tree manager grant, the $5,000 every year, but.
And that's what,
That's-
professional services is.
And what is that? That's the tree?
They call it tree manager
Yeah.
salary, I think it is. That's what they call it. That's what they've called it since I've been working there.
Is that another person then, or is that you? Or?
I think that's just to the district,
Okay.
honestly.
Sure.
It goes to the district. I don't pay anybody
Sure.
that money. It just, yeah.
And what's that used for?
It's used for anything, supplies, I
Okay.
mean, that we need for shop supplies, office supplies, basically anything that we need.
Okay.
So if somebody has a problem with their shelter belt, health-wise, start to notice trees that are not in good condition, do you provide any kind of service to look at them?
The NRCS, basically, they mostly provide service for that. They call them up and ask them if they have any grants or like renovating or taking trees out and stuff, and sometimes they have grants, but it all depends on the specs. Of course, they ask me, what can I do, especially with this ash borer coming. It's like, well, you can treat it, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. Your best bet is to tear them out, and a lot of people don't want to do that, but they're going to die. So I just tell them, I said, your best bet is to also plant around the old shelter belt and then take out the old ones in your shelter belt when you can. So, I mean, with that, there's no best.
So how could we better publicize your activities and awareness in the community?
Well, I do write up a newsletter. So if you can tell people to come in my office and sign up for our
So you
newsletter.
go on the internet to find the newsletter?
I am starting a Facebook page. I try to keep it up. But we also have a website through the conservation districts of South Dakota. And I kind of try to keep up on that too. But mostly I have most of the stuff in our newsletter, and it comes out twice a year. So that reaches out to tries to reach out to most of the locals.
I wonder if we could put that on the county's website in the soil. Soil
Yeah,
section.
yeah. That would
Yeah.
be
If you wanna
great.
I'll get with Valley and see how we can.
'Cause
Okay.
trees and shelter belts and so forth are gonna be huge as these ash trees die.
Yeah, yep.
And we have a program with the James River Water Development District. Why don't you
Yes.
explain to everybody about
Okay,
that one?
through the Jim River Water District, I'm able to reimburse people who put in shelter belts or buy hand plants, or just depending on how much I have every year, I'll reimburse up to like 30, 50, 75. It just depends how much money is available and how many people we have. So that helps out people a lot too, to plant trees as well.
Mhm.
So that's a good deal too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Question on the salary. There's almost a 25% increase in salary from the current year to this one. Was there a pay bump or a time or something why that is such a big change there?
Let me check.
I was curious if we added head or hours or something.
Yeah, I didn't know, hours or years experience. I know sometimes you get paid bumps there.
Next year will be my 7th year, so I will get a bump.
Okay.
I don't know if that included it, but
That's what I'm curious.
Yeah, we'll see Patty.
Just say you discovered your worth of elbow.
Yeah.
Right.
So, she knows a lot of tree plantings coming up this year, so.
Yeah,
So
just,
they
you know,
ask for is creating a youth
Yeah,
problem for you.
exactly.
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of guys ask me about it, and I was like, you can come in, we can come up with a plan, you can plant trees, but they're still not interested in doing that yet, so.
it went down.
Well, let us know if there's something we can do to help, advertise your position out there and with,
Okay.
with trees, we could put you on the county website and help you out with, the
Okay.
county Facebook or whatever, and just let people, in the county, let them be aware of the great work that you do. I know, because I go out there a lot, but, you guys do a lot of wonderful things out at the NRCS office, and so it's a really important part of the county, so.
Okay,
I know we were happy when we put our original tree strips in, that we went every other one with ash. So when the ash trees die, we still have every other one.
yeah,
Maple or whatever we did.
yep.
Are all the ash trees, are they all gonna die, or is it just affect a certain percentage? Do we know that yet?
I think what they are saying is within the next 15, 20 years, they'll be gone.
Hmm.
I don't know how fast they'll go, but,
Yeah, we still have some
They'll be
American
gone.
elm out there that
Yep.
survived. So I think it'll be onesie, twosies, but they're gonna be the guys by themselves.
yep,
Somewhere, and
It's too bad.
the more ash trees you drive by, the
yeah.
higher risk that it will spread everywhere.
It's
There's
just a matter of time when it'll
A
hit.
lot of them,
So-
What do they recommend? Okay, we have a lot of ash trees. What do they recommend that you replace them with? A maple or something? Not maple?
Not
Yeah.
maple?
They
You've had good luck with maple.
Really
Here
haven't
was
said.
Paper or something.
Well, they said, I think in the paper, not to replace them
Shiny.
all with maple.
Chinese elm grow up.
Yeah, yeah.
Cassie's salary should be 36,400.
Okay.
So I will change that to.
Yep. That's all right.
And I probably miscalculated wrong, sorry.
Oh,
That's all right.
that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody have any more questions for her?
Don't.
I just want to expand on what Don had to say about the shelter belts. When my grandfather moved from Turner County to Yankton and purchased a farm in about 1914 from the original guy that homesteaded it, my dad and I expanded on that about 60 years ago. Now, those trees that are 60 years old look pretty good, but the ones that were there from the homestead are starting to look pretty tough. But considering that they're over 100 years old, Grandpa said that in the dirty 30s, he lost all the oak trees. The rest of
Yeah.
them stayed, but the oak trees all died. But like I said, it's still part of it standing, and it looks pretty good yet, but I don't know if I can make another 50 years, but, so,
Yeah.
it's something to look forward to. And a lot of farmers have the same
Yeah.
thing. so.
Yep,
Got a problem with ash trees dying, but then there's too many cedar trees too, so it's kind of.
yeah.
I know the NRCS does things with cedar tree shearing. Do you guys, you probably don't deal with any of that at the.
We've
so-
talked about it, but we thought, well, the problem is finding help.
Sure.
So that's why we don't really take on as much
Sure.
as, it's hard to find help to plant trees and drill grass right now.
Yeah.
So,
It is.
yeah.
Did you say you're having trouble finding
Help
help?
in the summer, yep.
Have you tried the federal prison camp?
I have not.
Mine. They have.
It's a good option.
Excellent.
Cassie, you will get your,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Probably
Kelly.
can't use kids anymore.
Pardon?
Probably can't use kids anymore, that's where all the help went.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16, I don't know if we've got a low limit for what we
Joe,
can do.
we were slaves when we were young, so
I've got 2 at home.
Cassie, you will get a $7.
Didn't even get paid,
Step raise
Okay.
next year.
Free room
Okay.
and board, right?
So I'll refer to that and I'll send you a new one.
Okay, thank you.
I take that back. I got 50 cents a week,
Then I'll
so.
give you guys a new one too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Cassie?
No, pretty.
Well, thank you
Thanks
for
for all
coming
your
in,
help.
and I
Yeah.
appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
If you haven't gone and visited her yet, I'd encourage you to go out, and then why don't you tell the people where you're located at, because we're being recorded, so where's your office at?
What's your office?
Oh, it's in the USDA building in the inner CS office.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Anybody need to take a break or anything? Did we want to go do revenue? Or did we want to discuss that, or?
It's whatever you guys want to discuss. And, you know, you have to look at what the city have provided, you know, if you want to keep what they want, and I just have to lead direction.
I guess.
But
One,
we sure can look at the,
okay. Do you want to kind of guide us through?
and I did give you a page of the last page that, what, with the CPI and growth, what we can, raise for taxes.
Right.
Where was it, what page is
I
that?
think
That was that single
Did I
sheet.
give
Good
you
place
one?
to
I gave you,
I got
that's
it.
actually, it's at the bottom.
I'm
I wrote
confused.
it somewhere, good place, I don't know if anyone's got it. Good
This
place
one?
to start is what our requested budget is and what our projected revenues are as of right now, and we need to find out where we need to go.
So our
I think-
CPI is 2.4%,
And the growth was 1.3.
so that's the percentage that, and typically, you know, Don and Gary, the county always takes the CPI and growth each year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it just makes sense to do that. Do we have a
Go through and figure that out.
chart of our levy?
Figure-
Has our levy actually gone
I wrote it.
down over time, or is that
It
in there?
depends,
I wrote, you know, I had
it
it all.
fluctuates, depends
Okay.
upon what
Is that
all the
right?
budgets come in at, and
Okay. I'm just curious, you know, like if we had, you know, our levy in
Transfers here,
2016
total
was this, and
expenditures.
2017, because, you know, over time, there is the potential the levy could
Add it
actually
there.
be going down, correct?
it goes down one year and it might go up the next year.
Okay.
Just,
Sure.
you know, if there's no growth or not much growth,
Okay.
and it depends on the CPI, and, you know, the one year we didn't have a CPI.
Sure.
And if you wanna look at the
But the biggest threat we have on changes in the mill levy, wouldn't that be changes in ag values?
total, it's just total value.
You know, I guess I don't, from what I understand, you know, even if the ag value does go down, which may be the case, I think the assessors say it's still kind of undervalued a little bit. I guess I see where you're saying.
I talked to an appraiser for Farm Credit this last week. It was up in the Aberdeen area, and he said that they would think that ag values on pork had gone down 40%.
Wow.
Good land, high quality producing land probably is kind of maintaining itself.
So like pasture ground, do you think? is-
Pasture gone, because I asked him specifically on pasture, and he said that he thought that in that area up there, it gone from 3,000 down to 2,000.
Yeah, there's,
You know, but we use an 8-year Olympic average, which means for 8 years, they throw out the high and the low, and that's the average we always carry forward. So if you have a peak in land values, it takes you 7-8 years to get rid of the peak. And if you have a dip, it takes you that long to get rid of the dip because you're carrying that back forward. And that's designed to take away this.
That's not a lot different than what the Farm Credit system of ag land valuation is.
Yeah. So,
They go by actual sales.
and ours is productivity from SDSU.
Which in itself would have much validity.
And if you wanna look on
Not my alma mater.
this second page, it kind of shows what the sheriff's office is. It
Okay.
starts at, if you look over on the left, it's 1014. You start at 34191 and down.
Right spot. Right here.
Yep.
All right, I don't think I'm on the right page.
What are-
Am I on
The
the
second
right-
page.
The second page?
341.
Oh, I was looking for that number over here. Sorry, that's
Yep.
why.
So
Yep, gotcha.
The sheriff fees, is that, I assume for serving papers? I would assume.
Yeah, serving papers.
Fingerprints?
Now, on the federal prisoner holds, we're going from 400 to 600.
Where you actually, where
34224, just if you know. And that is.
That's a $200,000 increase.
that's good.
But as you see in 2018, we received over $1 million, but that all could go away.
Could- Yeah, that's,
And the state auditor always stressed not
Yep.
keeping it up that high,
Mhm.
or place it that high because we go away. And then my revenue would be extended or too short, or.
But is
no,
that-
Then I would get written up for
Yeah,
that.
but is
We
that,
don't- we don't want that.
I guess
We don't-
my question is 200,000 a pretty hefty increase over what we have been doing for budgeting, or, I mean, that's a 50% increase. And I realize it's probably gonna be a lot more than that, but revenue,
Oh, so you're concerned that we had budgeted,
well,
it's at 600,000 and it's,
See, I'm sure we'll probably have close to $1 million again, but
yeah,
I don't want, you know, to get it maybe a little closer, and I think I'm still safe at that amount.
what is this other, like the 40,000 other, the 1014 dash?
That's like if the expenditures, I mean, there's just other, if there's no set, account number for that, it goes into other, and it could be a various of things.
Sherry, I don't know if you remember, but when we did our expenses and Jim was going to make the presentation, I asked about that 200,000 increase, and he dumped it on Patty.
Yeah.
And he said that was Patty's number.
Yeah.
But if you talk to Jim, Jim is very optimistic that
mhm.
next year with federal prisoners, there's not going to be any decrease.
I just don't wanna be too optimistic in
Sure.
planning in case something happens. Let's see, I was trying to think, what else did I?
Yeah, the register of deeds fees were 95,000. Boat fees were would think there would be more boats than that, so everybody go buy a boat. Raise the fees up. 6,600. What is this advertising fee, I guess, at the top of the page? What is,
That's through the treasurer's office. I'm not sure what that is.
page are you on, Dan?
it's the
The
second,
first page.
the second one with the chargeable goods, or, yeah, I'm on page number
Charges for
2.
goods and services,
Just kind of looking over these.
second page.
Right at the
Oh,
top,
okay,
advertising fees.
2,500. I'm gonna go back on, page 3, 4422 ambulance fees, it's about 7 down from the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
Now, Steve was saying, Medicare, Medicaid only pays so much for each service or call. What do we do with the remainder of that balance? Do we eat it, or do we bill that out, or do we try to collect
And
on
his
that?
monthly reports, it shows, the write-off amounts for Medicare and Medicaid. And then, I think mostly the private, their insurance does pay. And then that's how that is a, share
Split.
between the ambulance
Right.
and they will try to get those fees.
So we do at least bill or try to
Mhm.
recoup the.
Yep.
Well, I think Don brought up the point, is we're paying that lady $30,000 and she's collected $10,000 worth of fees. So, is it, you know, it's great,
Return on investment?
is it something that, do we wanna just look at
Was that?
maybe getting a collection agency and saying,
Was that she collected the 10,000 up to this date though? A year, I couldn't remember that, I was gonna look back
I
at
don't,
that.
how long have you guys had that lady hired, Don?
I think it's maybe been a year and a half.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's a good, you know, when things don't work, recognize they don't work. I think a lot of these things with the ambulance, the people who are gonna have the ability to pay are gonna pay, and those who don't are not going to. And I think that comes back to what we discussed as, you know, if we would be willing to raise our fees on ambulances a little bit, $100, $200, I don't know what the number is. It's only, you know, $10 or $20 to the individual, and that might be the difference between us breaking even and not breaking even. If we're doing, what was it, something like 4,000 calls, was it? It was and that number is only gonna grow.
And you still, on those ambulance fees, if, you know, you raise them, Medicare and Medicaid is still only gonna pay a certain amount.
Sure, sure.
So if you have that amount extra, you know, then you're still gonna have a balance that is due to the county that they might not get to, so.
But the
And
other.
we did, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We did have a collection do some of our ambulance and attorney, but we weren't getting much money, so then we decided to put that and then
Okay.
I went to
Different situation, but in my work in farm credit, when I was in the correction area, you drew a line in the sand where you were gonna defend yourself. And after a few months of that line being drawn, all the other attorneys, the judges knew where that line was. And then you worked by that line. If you didn't have the line, then you'd get pushed down every single piece.
Mhm.
So I don't know, maybe if we get rid of that person, maybe just the threat of having somebody out there doing it, maybe there's some value, but I would have liked to see some kind of positive result. And we can get the same kind of numbers, I suppose, by hiring a collection agency to do it.
Well, I think there has to be some accountability. I mean, if we owe bills, you gotta pay them. And if you owe the county, you gotta pay the county, or at least try to. I guess is my thought, and how we do that, I don't know. But I think one thing for certain, something that I'd like to see is ambulance fees have to go up. You know,
Yeah, I agree.
and not everybody's gonna be able to pay that. Medicare and Medicaid, they probably can't pay it. But the person who has, you know, other insurances who can, I think we have to do that. I just see this as, especially ambulances, that it's kind of getting a bigger and bigger part of the budget all the time.
Was it out at Lesterville where they brought the ambulance up and they talked about city-owned ambulance services? And
Well, they
every
did, and they
place?
brought up that Lesterville has an ambulance that the county doesn't support. Irene has one. Was it Vollen or Mission Hill that had one?
I don't think Mission.
They went through quite a list
Gayville, maybe?
of.
Maybe Gayville.
Of towns.
I know there was
Gayville
another
or-
one over there.
I'm thinking Gayville. probably.
Utica did not, but I guess their point out there was these smaller communities have an ambulance that they rely on that the county doesn't support. And then we have one that does 70% of the calls within the city of
80.
Yankton.
80.
80% within the city of Yankton. And whereas like, is it Vermillion that has a city-owned ambulance service? Sioux Falls area, the county doesn't carry the ambulance on their books. I'm not exactly sure, that's a kind of a private deal. And they have issues up there, so I think their point was, as costs continue to grow, you know, how do we keep those under control and do it fairly across the board? Yet, when you say, well, do you mind a little longer service call when it's your husband or wife having the heart attack? So we also have that as well. And we have a very good service. We have 4 nice ambulances and a very competent team.
Right, and I don't think it's uncommon to have all 4 ambulances dispatched at one time. So it's, to me, it's not necessarily a, cut the service type of deal. It's, we need to get better at budgeting or collecting or something has to.
What about?
That budget,
yeah.
we continue to lose more and more and more money.
What about trying to coordinate with the city? And, we coordinate in a lot of areas with the city, the senior center, the airport, the library. If 80% of our calls are in the city, I think that we need to have the conversation with the city is about some support from them, because as our, our dependent population is increasing all the time. We had, not that long ago, 2,000 calls, and now we're at 4,000. That could be 8,000 within the next 10 years.
Sure.
And at that point, the county won't be able to bear this burden on its own, and I think we need to have this talk with the city at budget time and see what they're prepared, to do to help us.
One other thing that gets into some legal issues that
Sure.
are probably pretty difficult to define, but I've inquired a couple times on how many calls go to the same person every month.
Yeah.
And those calls typically are never paid,
Yeah.
period. And quite often they end up in being a call where the medics end up just having a conversation and maybe reassuring them that they're all right, just rest and relax. But it's still $800 or $900 charge. And I don't know where that can go. I guess.
That's a good point. Did you have something, Gary? you
Yeah,
wanted-
back to the city with 80% of the calls for them, I believe that they need to have some skin in the game here too, because I have coffee with the retired state superintendent Don List, and he told me that over the years, he was like for 35, 40 years, but he said twice the state came to Yankton and offered them a bypass by Walmart all the way that would come out by K&F pipeline someplace. And the state would have paid for the bypass completely, and the city rejected it twice. Now, if we didn't have all this traffic going through all these trucks, we would have less response to calls, and plus then they'd be out in the county, probably. So when they don't want to cooperate with a free thing from the state, they need to help us out, because 80% of load on us is,
Yeah.
and their budget is 6 times bigger than ours.
Yeah. And back to what Don said, I think Steve mentioned it, that they do, the ambulance, unfortunately, people call the ambulance when they need help. That's not a medical emergency, and Steve alluded to that it's a $50 charge, but whenever we turn the lights on, it's $500, so maybe there's something we can do about, that as well. But go ahead, did you have something? Go ahead.
Just on the $500 to turn the lights on or whatever. Just one thing to keep in mind is that number changes with the number of calls. If we only have one call, it's a $1 million call.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but I mean,
Sure.
it needs to be addressed. One thing I was gonna say is, I didn't write down, but we have contract services with Avera and I think a couple other entities.
Transports.
We probably need to review those and see where we fall in line. If those, I don't know the last time those contracts were negotiated or looked at or any of that information, but,
I don't know if you looked at Steve's email, and I
Yeah.
don't know.
I got it.
And he wants to talk about that at the next meeting.
Yeah. You know, and also when Steve's report is, you know, we want to help everybody, we want to help our neighbors, but I know we do a fair number of calls across Nebraska. You know, are we getting reimbursed for that? Do we have the conversation with our neighboring communities? Yankton is a bigger community than Bonhomme and Hutchinson, and we want to help our neighbors, but it's costing us too, and so I think that's the conversation we need to have, and I like the way Joe's going with renegotiating these contracts. So who's the ambulance liaison?
I am.
I think we need to have the conversation with the city, and we need to address these fees and stuff. And I don't know if somebody wants to go with Sherry. Do you want to go, Gary? Do you want to, you and Sherry get together and maybe see where the city's at?
I
And
think that's a question too with Steve.
Yeah,
When
with
he
Steve.
comes Tuesday.
Okay,
Because, I think he can,
yeah.
put in more input and.
Yeah, I think that's
Go
great,
from there.
great idea. But I think those are the conversations we need to be having, and if we're losing money every time we help out our neighbors in Nebraska, even in Nebraska, maybe hey, can you help us out? We'll be willing to help you out, but maybe we
It can't be free.
send them a bill or something too. I don't know what the answer is, but. Alrighty, anything else on this? Do you want to keep on going?
Are we still on the revenue pages?
I think so. I'm on page 3 right
The
now.
next one is highway, or?
Well,
You want to go with the general?
I had a question on all of the interests.
Where are you
The
at,
county
Jim?
gets interest from all the money the county has in the banks.
Yep.
And there are some departments or some funds that get, a portion of that. The general, road and bridge, all the main, the general fund and the special funds.
Are we on page 3 under interest?
The number's 369, it's the last page of the general. 361, I'm sorry. It's right under
That interest-
miscellaneous revenue.
That interest
written
seems
on
like that's
yours.
kind of low. Don, how can we make more interest for the county?
Well, I guess my question is, the current budget lists 9,000, the selected budget is 30,000. So why is there a big jump in interest? And I just heard on the radio, interest rates are probably gonna be cut the next time the Fed meets. So I guess that's a $21,000 increase in interest. That seemed high to me, when I don't think rates are gonna go up that much.
I guess if you look, 2018 actual was almost 21,000. Year to date, for 2019, this, like I said, this was in April, it was 25,000.
I'm looking
yeah,
at a different
this
one.
one has some history to it.
Oh, gotcha, well, alrighty.
That's the written.
Oh.
That's all right, it's
No,
fine.
I'll just-
You should
I got
have.
it right here.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't have that.
This one was the.
I
This is
probably
the
do.
revenue.
email.
Yeah, this is revenue. Oh, see,
This
I
was
didn't,
in that
I'd not
you
hooked up
didn't
to a
print
printer
that
at
one,
home,
yeah.
so that's
Do you want a
fine.
copy of that?
No,
Sure.
it's good, I can look at the one that you sent me here.
Has it ever gone up before in past years, $21,000 in interest? Just 1 year.
Oh, I see, it only lets me look at one at a time.
Yeah, and their turn. Actually, those are different. Only one of them is the actual.
Patty,
Our
if
software
we're
handled it.
banks, and asked if they can give us a preferential rate based on their
I don't know, see, that's Patty.
I did
Pretty
talk
much
to
the same as
Patty
this, it just
Barbara,
has
and she
more
said that,
information on it.
you need to renegotiate it. I mean, she realizes, because, some of them, like when she mentioned, you know, the core trust especially is by far the worst, and I don't know, if you had some clout, you know, we're just something fair, because I don't think it's been renegotiated in 30 years. I don't think it's been a long time, so, you know, and why, they're not gonna initiate something like that. But I think the amount of money that
I'm
we
gonna see what
have,
we have in there
it should be a lot more than $20,000.
as of today.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've probably got 6 to 8 million at least
Yeah.
in there all the time.
It's huge. It's huge, and, you know, and we probably can't use an online bank where you get real interest.
Well, I did look into, you know, like
Thought there
the,
was something about you had to have your money in the county, unless there wasn't a
I don't,
choice.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't know, we'd have to ask Patty Barbara.
Here's an
20
area where we could all help out.
Hmm.
Divorce fees, we could all go get a divorce and
Yeah.
up it by
Yeah.
$250.
Been through that, it isn't fun.
Yeah.
It costs more than 250.
I think
It costs like half
Yeah.
of everything,
Oh,
especially when your best friend runs off with your wife. I really miss him.
Not worth the 250.
I'd rather buy a boat. Can I buy a boat
Yeah,
instead?
you know, the definition of a boat is, you know, it's just a hole in the water, you throw money in.
Yeah,
25,000.
exactly. Well, that might lead to the divorce
There you
if
go.
it costs too much money.
yeah.
Looks like we
Yeah, but
make
I
a
see
pretty
what you're
good
saying.
chunk of change from the wheel tax.
I wouldn't,
What percent, does anybody know what percent our wheel, or what our wheel tax is?
It's $4.
$4
it's
per wheel?
No, it's $1 a wheel, max 4 wheels, I believe is how it goes.
Is that-
And you can go to 5.
Is that
As of
state?
June, we have 38,000 collected in interest.
Okay.
So it's-
Wow, that's, in all of 2018, we had 21.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, the 30 is fine then. Patty, thank you for looking that up.
Do we want to have somebody work with Pat, Barbara, about trying to renegotiate some interest rate? I mean, with the amount of money that we have in the bank, you know, 8, 10 million, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think
We
that somebody
should
should be
probably-
you.
I guess I can.
Well, we can have them.
I can work with, and just, yeah, I know with a lot of what Patty has, she has special programs set up for escrow, so we gotta be careful about, but I guess I'll have the conversation with her and see if we can just review it, and maybe there's nothing we can do, but I guess I'll talk with her about that.
Okay, so are we on to road and bridge
One
fund?
question I have, I guess just regarding that, is are we carrying too much in our funds? Are we carrying over too much?
Like unobligated cash, you mean? What is our unobligated cash? Do we have that on hand? Is that what we call it?
I mean, you need
You
to
have
get
to-
through from January to taxes, and then you need to have your safety net there. But,
And then second taxes in October.
right,
Yeah.
So, but
I'll have to,
I mean,
I can have,
I sit on another board that has income coming in from multiple sources at various times of the year. And we went to the banks and got fund that we can draw out of it if we had to, but it's still paid a higher rate than what we were getting on the street.
Even a couple, couple points difference could be tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, that could be an employee's
That's
salary, right? When you're dealing with that.
So
I
it's-
think it's worth
So you're looking
worth
at the
looking
general
into.
fund balance. At the end of 2012, it was 4.3 million, 4.8, 4.9, 4.9, 5.1, 5.8, and at the end of 2018, it was 4.6.
million.
All millions.
I mean, that's
So,
unobligated
I mean, to me,
cash.
it's no different than your personal checking account. At the end of the year, I always want to have my essentially emergency fund.
Right.
And then you have income, you have expenses, same amount at the end of the year. And what that amount
Right.
should be historically over those has averaged 4.9 million.
So we're looking for like,
So, to me, and then we've got all these other funds too, and some of them are staying the same, some of them are kind of decreasing across. And I think I sent all that.
Okay, this is a full cash report as of June. General fund,
Thank you.
ask and you shall receive.
That's something we
Slip.
do every month, right?
yep.
Yes.
And when I always talk about special funds, that is from the 303 on up. All the other ones are called trust and agency, and those are amounts held for others. That's not the county's dollars.
Schools and
Yep,
townships.
towns and-
Towns.
That's what I remember looking at. We've got about 10 million, 10.5 million in pooled cash, but
The
a
only
little bit in
general
each
fund
department
is-
goes a long way, so.
General fund is really the only county dollars.
Right.
And we are carrying debt service for the safety center, which, am I right, 2024? We're
Yeah.
done with that, the last payment in December, which is only around the corner.
What's the debt service for NAP? Is that for the TIF then?
Yep.
Is that-
And we will, at the end of the year, well, before the end of the year, probably November or maybe October I'll start, we will have to supplement, and I'll have to advertise and get authorization to supplement a budget for the 429,000 for the Napa Junction.
Wh-
We have the cash, but we don't have budget, because we don't budget TIF districts. So we
Right.
collect the money, and then that payment goes to the state for their loan.
So. is-
And those taxes are covering the payment this year.
Correct.
Whereas last year it didn't. They had, NAPA had to kick in,
They had to kick in a portion.
or Dakota Plains, I should say, not NAPA.
Yep.
Yep.
They had to kick in a portion, but this is all, they, the payment, because I got half a monthly schedule of it, or a yearly schedule, and this, the payment is less than this, but they want to pay the full amount.
Right, because it's 10-year balloon payment, is that right?
Yeah.
On that, so they might as well pay it off early.
Yeah.
So did they pay this 429,000 in
I
taxes?
have
or-
to supplement because there's no budget.
So is this, where's this 400
That's their
coming from?
taxes they've paid.
That's the taxes.
That's
that
the
have paid.
taxes
Yep.
they're paying, given
Yes.
to us, and then we're paying to the state?
Yes.
Good, understood.
I just got a question on the bottom. There's a section, it's almost $4,000 in bad checks. Is that like somebody's buying license plates, or is it just?
That has to do through the treasurer's office. They have a bad check, account, and that's where that
Do
goes.
they try to collect that then, or do you know?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Any success rate or
That-
percentage?
That's Patty.
Patty's, okay,
Yeah.
I'll ask her when she comes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
That's Brian's
this
deal.
savings
We got
account,
two
this
more.
3 million, is that any
One, two,
unobligated, or is that
50,
obligated
1,
as
7,
well?
6, 9.
That has to
I
do
can't
with,
answer that one, Joe.
uh,
I don't know if one is just a duplicate,
with,
because it's got zeros in it.
Yeah.
it's part of the general fund, you
Okay.
know,
You can ask.
So, I guess,
extra.
do we have any
7, 6,
funds,
9.
do we have like X amount that's
Probably could be
not
more.
obligated to a project that we have, like, in savings? I guess
No,
that's my
well,
question.
I really don't, that's a question for Patty.
Okay.
The only of these dollars in this,
Mhm.
the only one, funds that are not obligated is the one to the general fund. All those other
The-
funds are,
Which one is that?
like the general fund,
Okay.
that is,
This right
all
here?
those, all the other funds
Okay.
are obligated just for
Okay.
them.
So the 5,926,000?
That's the county's
Okay,
dollars.
that's not obligated to a particular project at this
No.
point?
It just,
Sure.
it supports department budgets and.
If one goes over, then we can pull it from there, is that?
It doesn't really matter, like,
Mhm.
because all the departments are in the general fund, and there's always,
Mhm.
as you can see, the annual budget,
Mhm.
that might have to be supplemented at the end of the year. It depends, but for the cash, it will never go over because they're in the general fund.
Right.
If you look at, emergency management, now I will have to supplement cash from the general fund. Because there's not enough revenue generated through that.
So we're gonna have to supplement emergency does that happen each year then with emergency management?
If you look on your budget of the, it's the annual budget and
Is it in our book here?
I emailed you both. Is this 19 or 20? Do you have the
That's
20?
19.
It's a lot of papers to keep track of.
And then
This is got, this is the one.
Change on it,
Post
yeah.
it.
Anybody need to take a few minute break? Just,
I gotta get a jacket that fit, comes right down on me.
yeah, I guess, we'll just keep going and, coming.
Transfers in, emergency management, for next year's budget, we'll have, from the general fund, will have to be 251,000 transferred to his budget.
For, geez, 251,000 for what is going on?
It's just his budget, and
That's because his stuff is not in the general category. It is in the special fund, like road and bridge. At the end of the year, there's always a huge transfer into roads and bridges.
see, and this year we'll have to transfer 202,000 to his, and 1 million, almost 2 million to the highway. But sometimes we don't have to, it depends if they run out of money.
It's better to leave it in the general fund because you can go from there anywhere.
Yeah.
You can't go from here back.
Yep, understood, okay.
Oh, you're good. I always have a plethora of paper in front of me.
So, I guess we're still on, which,
Right, are we
Still
done
on.
with the
Now
general
we're-
then?
I
Now we can
think-
go to road and bridges?
do we want to take a couple-minute break?
Sure.
Let's take a 5-minute break, so everybody can use the restroom.
Okay,
Better have a motion.
Entertain a motion, take a 5-minute break.
so moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 5-minute break. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Back into regular session. Where were we? Road and bridges?
Road and bridge revenues. So the current property tax is essentially the secondary road areas.
Okay.
Unorganized townships. That's dedicated to roads and bridges. the wheel taxes there, and we talked about that is $1 a wheel for 4 wheels. And we have the authority to do 5, I believe,
Five wheels or $5?
up to $5, I believe. Isn't that correct, Don?
I believe so. What you can also do, I think, more wheels if
Really?
you pass the, can't you? Seems
That I
like
don't
you
know.
can.
It must be $4 a wheel, then $16 a vehicle.
So
I know we have some authority there if,
that's set by, the number of wheels is set by state law, I believe. You can't, you're like an 18-wheeler, you can't be
Yeah.
more than,
yeah, that's,
I wonder why I wonder why that is. Kind of curious.
well, at that township meeting, they brought up the fact that semis have a much higher registration fee than you and I pay on a vehicle. You know,
Does
so
registration go to the state?
We get motor vehicles.
We get, okay.
I think a lot of common sense in these kind of things gets determined by who pays the most to the guys that influence the legislature.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That never happens.
It's a good way to say that, Don, but I think you're right.
So, what else did, and then the down in intergovernment revenue, secondary road, motor vehicle remittance. The townships all receive motor vehicle fees back. And every organized township says they are receiving between $30,000 and $35,000 a year for each of those unorganized area. And we are essentially responsible for 7 townships.
For each organized area.
Yep, oh, thanks. So, you know, I struggle with this because Turkey Valley, for example, and I guess I should pull it up here because I have all that. Where is my, I think I lost my, there it is. And this would be that one. So if I look at like Turkey Valley last year, motor vehicle fees, they reported $38,000 they received for that. And Mission Hill North reported about 30,000, you know, so they're all receiving those. Well, the county should be receiving all those for the unorganized areas too, correct? Because we're there, but we are now only reporting, well, 2018 shows 55,000. Whereas in like 2016, it was 202,000.
Yeah, I was noticing that. What's going on there?
So I was gonna ask Patty how that money comes to the county, so we are, you know, because we are in this pickle of, we have unorganized township area that we are being assumed that we spend more money in those areas than we receive for their care. Well, that's a big chunk of money that property taxes in the organized townships are half or less. Everything else is fees they receive, and they receive lots of interesting things, the license fees, the port of entry fees. Used to be Fish and Wildlife, now it's state highway fees, motor fuel tax they get, and it's tiny, but that all adds up. So for example, Mission Hill North, they had total receipts in 2018 of 73,000. Property taxes were only 37,000 of it. So when we talk about our unorganized areas, I think it's only fair that we have the whole picture when we talk about it. We can't just say, well, we're only getting, you know, property taxes, because that's not true. And sometimes it's easy to quickly judge those areas. So I had that question for Patty.
That motor fuel tax, Karen just get me the form. We get it once a year and we'll get it in July. We haven't gotten it this year. I'm getting the report from Karen to see how much they get.
Okay.
So do we have a complete picture on how much the county gets for unorganized townships to include taxes and those fees? Is that something we?
I don't know if
For taxes?
we will get, you know, the whole picture. Depends on how it's sent to us.
Well, Sherry had a good question on, what was it, Secondary Road, this one right here, why it was, 200 and then has gone to 50,000 in 2016 and 2017.
Here, do you wanna make 5 copies?
Oh.
And then how is that received from both organized townships and
I
unorganized?
guess I'm back in 16, I'm gonna have to look at that account number and what was,
Mhm.
something we paid.
Because when you look at motor vehicle licenses up above, went up by quite a significant number in that same switching. So
Sure, sure.
we're getting the money for it. Sometimes I think it's unfair when we talk about those areas.
Would be,
we
yeah,
don't have all the
interesting
information.
to know, yeah.
So,
Do we know how many total different pots of money we're getting, that the organized townships are getting versus the unorganized that's going to the county?
no,
Okay, so-
no, and like bank franchise fees,
Mhm.
I don't know all of those port of entry fees. I don't see any listed here.
Where's the port of entry fee, is that?
And let's see, Jamesville. Jamesville historically has always had very low taxes. $6,000 a year was all they've been taxing themselves. And because they get a good chunk of money from Port of Entry, they had $3,400 they reported last year from Port of Entry. And they got motor vehicle fees of $28,000. So they've been in state highway fund of $1,750. So of the $40,000, only $5,700 was property taxes.
Bill, we talked about our fees and having to draw a line in the sand. Think about that
Yeah.
port entry, how much they take in fees
Mhm.
And is
versus
this,
all the people that work up there.
and is this distributed back from that port because they receive a good chunk and that port is right there by them, so I don't know
Does
if
the
that, I don't know how they distribute that from the state.
Does the county get any port
This
of entry
goes to the
fees?
townships, and, this goes to Secondary Road.
Problem is that port's in the wrong place.
Last year, we haven't gotten, like I said, we haven't gotten it this year.
Yeah. Put it in the right place.
Well, that's motor fuel tax.
That's what you were talking about.
Like it used to be
Well,
by the bridge.
I think I was talking about motor
They
vehicle.
couldn't get away then.
Secondary road,
Licenses.
3513.
That, remember Sherry, I told you that, that 202, it was put in the wrong account. That's why
Yeah.
that's so high on 200 and some thousand.
Yeah.
It should have went into Secondary Road.
Well, I
The
think-
motor V, the 33502, and then there's a 14% one that goes into, motor vehicles, the 33502.
That's vehicle
There was
licenses.
just an error in,
Yeah.
What
that's
she's,
why it's so high.
33513 is, what Sherry had a question on.
Yeah,
That,
I looked back and it was just recorded into the wrong account.
okay.
They should have
Yeah,
went into the.
and so I guess I question the 56 and 55,000, because we've got some organized townships that are getting 30 to 35,000 each. And why is the county not receiving more money for secondary road motor vehicles? I
Where are you
guess,
getting the town, that
Well,
town? Do I have that or just you?
I think I sent that
Is that
to
one
you
that you
maybe.
sent?
Yeah, it had all the townships, because I've been looking at how much they spend per mile of road compared to what we do. And stuff, and I probably sent it to you a long time ago, but I guess that, and maybe that's how it is. Maybe if they would organize, the county would get more money.
Well, and if-
Because they're on their own. I don't know what the
Yeah.
rules are around that. It just seemed odd to me that that's so low compared to what all of these organized townships are getting.
And if that's the case, then that's just more,
It
know,
would certainly
more
be
ammo.
incentive.
Seven times
They would be getting more
30,000 or
money.
so. $210,000.
You know,
We would all get, we would be better off for them to organize and we still take care of their roads.
Yeah,
I mean,
and-
to tell you the truth, I
You
mean,
know-
then if,
bank franchise and all of that, and they're tiny, but it's, every dollar counts, it's a couple loads of gravel.
it makes a
So, and
difference.
it's not something to spend hours on here, because the money's in there, it's just, you know, how do we fairly allocate it when we make that pitch for folks to organize or not organize? So, but otherwise, I mean, as far as road and bridges,
That 14% goes into that secondary road. That's all money strictly for that secondary road. That's why, and I guess I'm not sure what you're talking about, 35,000.
well, I guess, like when I look at Turkey Valley Township, they report, let me look at Turkey Valley, last year they reported 38,000 in motor vehicle fees. So where does that come from? Is that the 14% motor vehicle
No,
fees?
no.
What is that?
The 14% is strictly secondary road. The townships get a portion of that, and I'll have Karen, give me the report for that.
Okay,
But just that 14% goes to that special account, the 33513, and rest of the other secondary road and goes into the motor V, the 33502.
okay.
And the highway gets, you know, a portion of the prorate fees.
Mhm. So we can, like I said, we can move on. It's-
No, that's interesting that it's set up like that. It's not, definitely not, it's not as easy as it could be to understand.
Laws never are.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so we'll wait for,
Yeah, 14% dollars come quarterly. This is just for 1 May, and the townships got that much.
Okay.
And then secondary will get the 14 point.
Okay.
do we want to go to, are you?
I'm good. We can move on, please.
Emergency
Yeah.
911 fund?
No.
911. We're on to, thank you. We're on to emergency 911 fund, Patty.
Okay. Now, was there something that we were supposed to? Some big purchase from the 911 funds that the city wanted to
Radios?
expend?
The city, yep,
Is it radios?
that's on their sheet that they give.
Are the 911 funds ours? Are they shared with the
No.
city or what?
They are very restricted. You can only use them for certain things.
We use them for 911 signs?
No.
You would think we.
I think we get in
We
trouble.
used to be
We
able
used
to. They
We
changed
used
the
to,
law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, and
We
Paul.
used to could spend that on a lot of different stuff, but not anymore.
What are we allowed to spend 911 funds on right now?
There'll be utilities,
Okay.
anything with the, over at the city, the dispatch and the salary for the dispatch and.
Okay. Understood.
I have any notes on that one, okay.
Any
Keep everything
training.
together.
I suppose I'm confused really with all those different sheets.
All right. Is there any, anything on E911 emergency funds? So
There's
there's
the-
a pretty good chunk of funds in there, but that is used for basically only the 911.
Correct.
Where does this come? Is this
The telephones.
the telephones funds?
So the fund balance in that in 2014 was 373,000, and it has slowly increased to the end of last year, 551,000.
For what are you?
E911.
That fund.
That
But
fund.
there will be
yeah.
a big expenditure this year. I hope to get it in.
Right.
That will pay out that, if they remember.
That's, yeah,
Yeah.
that's new.
Yeah,
The
so
radios.
that's why it's been increasing. So, all right. 911.
All right, anything else on that? We'll go on to historic preservation.
So this is the special tax levy
Yeah, 5 cents,
that was approved in,
14.
yep, so it started out at 87,000 and now we're,
That goes by value.
right, now
So
we're
that's
up to
gonna
100
increase.
102,800.
That's not limited to the CPI.
Nope, it's just a flat levy. So they're forecasting 113,000 next year.
These are all estimations.
Okay.
You know, I won't know with the levies for sure.
Okay. The valuation, yeah.
So it's growing pretty good, and this was basically to just maintain the Mead building, correct?
And others, I think
And-
they can use it
yeah.
for others.
Some others.
To ensure they
I
have
think
a-
most of it goes to the main building.
I think it's just to ensure a revenue source
Yes.
for them, from what I
Yeah.
remember.
Oh, and it was,
Which is good.
it was, voted on by the citizens, so. Any questions on that? Move on? Everybody okay moving on? All right, moving on. Sobriety fund. Sweat patch, what's a sweat patch?
That's through the sheriff's office.
So we charge for the 24/7 program, is that? How much is it?
I think buck a blow, isn't it? Buck a day or a buck a
Yeah,
blow?
Jeez.
Jim talked about that.
Yeah. It's a lot of customers then.
All right.
And do I remember right where the state pays for the majority of those supplies? Is that correct, or do we pay for that, or you don't know?
I don't know.
I don't know if there may be some grant, but otherwise I think
I
we
don't
pay
think
for
so.
that.
So I guess, with that, is our revenue covering expenses for this
I
program?
believe so. I think I think we're a little bit in the green, but it's pretty close to break even if I remember.
And it sounds like it's going more toward
Safety center.
toward patches and bracelets and things like that than people coming in and blowing too.
Well, some of it's court mandated, like the patches or the bracelets, that's voluntary, and
I
they pay
think so.
100% of that
Yeah.
cost. Is what I remember.
Yeah, 'cause it was something with what, phone line and all of that stuff.
24/7 spray.
Oh, I think it's under sheriff, yep.
I've got numbers here, but I don't have the, 2017, there was 23,000 tests, and 2018, it was 13,000. But I don't have,
65,250, the budget for that is 89.
the budget for 24/7 is 89.
Yeah.
And we're pulling in 65, so that says a loss.
Because there's one person, it looks like 45,000.
So do we have what that 24 sobriety fund is costing?
Well, when you pull up your
What is
24/7,
that?
it's under sheriff, it's 89,400 is what the proposed budget is for expenditures.
89,400,
Yeah.
and we're getting in 65. I'm sure we don't know without talking to the sheriff, but are those fees set by the state? you know, if we're losing,
Since its inception, the 24/7 program has been self-supporting with no county monies expanded to operate.
where were you at, where was the 24/7? Oh. So I'm wondering if he's supplementing it from somewhere else then. Well, he'd have to be if it's costing 89,432 and bringing in 65,250.
Where was that? There was the fund, well, it should be here, the fund balances. That might have been creeping down. They might have had more money at one time and it was
Ah.
creeping down.
24/7, 2014, it was 99,000, and now we are down to 38,000 as of the end of last year.
See, when we send money to the state out of that fund, too, it doesn't have an expenditure fund. The scram and the sobriety testing, we send once a month. They don't have an expenditure out of the 24/7, it comes out of that. So that's lowering it too.
Yeah.
Because by state law, we have to send, we get a report of how much it is from the sheriff's office, and we send that.
So is this something we want to look at, maybe a fee increase of as well? Or if it's costing 89,000 and we're getting 65,000 in, you know, it's what it,
Have Karen call the sheriff and see if it's set by the state or.
sure.
Court order.
Yeah, well, you know, and it's, I think it's a good service, you know, but if you know, the people who are
Income is
utilizing it should be,
restricted to this program.
yeah.
So we, it can't be a money-making center, but it should pay for itself.
Yeah,
Is this
I
one
mean,
person, or is it maybe this
It's
person
multiple
does-
parts, it's all part-timers.
yeah,
Okay.
and they don't, and they make like $11. It's not a well-paying job. But I mean, I don't know, is that something, I mean, if,
What?
I think, yeah, I'm not looking at making money, but it should, these programs should break even, I mean, that should be the goal.
Wash at least, yeah.
Yeah, I think, and if, you know, it costs you $1 to blow, maybe it costs $2, that's not gonna break anybody. The DUI fee is a heck of a lot more than that is, so
Per day, too.
that's per day, $1 a day, so $2 a day. And I suppose we don't have any idea how many people are participating in that.
Go every day.
I think twice a day, some of those guys, don't they?
And then I think they've gotten back to the ankle bracelet. They don't have to pay for coming in, they have to just pay that initial ankle bracelet so much a month.
Well, who wants to discuss this with the sheriff? Does anybody want to talk to him about it?
I will.
All right, and just
I'm
make
just trying, because I
maybe
know we
some
talked about it
clarification.
with him, he was not concerned.
Because
with
I
it,
asked him
but it-
about that fund balance.
Yeah, and you know,
It's worth the discussion.
he might be, you know, taking, you know, money from another spot, maybe the, you know, jail revenue to supplement that, but in my opinion, that this program should be paying for itself and.
Well, I don't think he supplemented, I don't know where the initial nest egg came from, but they had a fund balance. Of what, $100,000 at one time. It's just, they've been depleting
Yeah.
their funds.
Yeah, well, and, you know, in $20,000 a year, did you say there's 30,000 left? So in a year and a half, it's gonna be gone. And then we're gonna be supplementing it with $20,000 a year, so.
What they get, the money for the sobriety test, all that, the county doesn't keep that money. They pay for that, we have to send that to the state, it's law. So once a month, so whatever money we get in, we send out.
Right.
So we're not, the county isn't spending it, it's not the county's money, it's the state's money.
How much time do you think that takes out of your help to do that,
It's just with claims.
just to
All
close?
state fees are set, all sheriff fees, I'm sorry, are set by the state. So all
Even
sobriety,
sobriety and,
warrant, I mean, all sheriff fees
Yeah.
are set by the state. Jim, and that's from Jim.
that's from you. Tell him to ask our legislators to raise his fee.
Yeah.
Another state mandate.
So I won't check with it.
Done.
You got an easy one there.
Gosh.
so.
Just got it written down.
All right, I guess there's really nothing we can do. You know, that's just another example of, a state mandate that we have to follow that is not funded and costs the county tax dollars, so. Want to move on to M and PR funds? What is
That's the
that?
register of deeds.
Is that modernization fund?
Yeah.
Okay. I think talking with Brian about this, what he uses some of this funding for is there's old books from when the county first started, irreplaceable documents that he's having some of those books rebound. And so that's a good fund that he receives, where does this, I think it comes from some of his fees that he raises this. So it's not coming from tax dollars, but it's used to maintain some of the historical documents that he has. Any questions on that? All right, moving on. Emergency management. Looks like these grants are pretty hit and miss. You never know when you're gonna get one. That's kind of one of the problems too. I think you get a grant for a piece of equipment and then you get it and then there's no funding on how to maintain it and then that equipment wears out and then where you can,
Where does, their salaries come in? That should be in this revenue, shouldn't it? The state pays half there.
I don't know, we'll ask
Their
Patty.
salary.
Yeah, is that the emergency management performance grant?
That's what I
That
was
would
wondering,
have
but
to
that
be it
hasn't
almost.
increased and we increased. You know where the state match for, salary for emergency?
Performance, that is meant, performance grant for 33101.
Well, Joe, how I remember that is we were paying a part-time deputy and we were paying 100% of the
Sure.
fee, but I get what you're saying, like,
And this might
That should be-
increase next year because of Aaron's.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering, okay,
cause
But I don't know for sure, so that's why I put just
Okay.
this one.
okay.
Better to be surprised.
Yeah.
That's what the state auditor always, if you get more, it's just a plus for the county.
Right.
Where did we get $6 worth of interest from last
Put
year?
it on last year's one.
That
I mean-
probably be their share of the
Well, see, and most of the time,
interest.
I have to figure the interest through those special funds that get this. Well, most of the time, he's in the minus, so he won't get it interest.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's why there's probably only 6, and
makes sense.
this year's only has
Tell him
$1.
he's worth every penny. Are there any other questions on this one?
No.
Don, Gary, any questions on emergency management? No
Not right
question. Joe? All right, moving on. Domestic abuse.
And then this is a shelter. You,
Okay.
in the budget it is for 10,000.
Do they actually get revenue from marriage licenses goes toward?
Divorce fees.
Huh, I didn't realize that.
So we
When
get,
Brian does a marriage license or someone gets, divorce fee copy or,
Hmm.
he has to send a portion of that to state, but the county also gets a portion.
And we allocate it to the domestic abuse. And we budgeted 10,000 as an expenditure,
Correct.
so really only 3,000's coming from the general fund, per se.
Well,
If
there's
this is a-
revenue
If
in
this
there.
was out.
There's revenue,
Right.
it's got a running total, there's revenue in there.
Yeah,
It's not 10,000 in addition to this? or-
and it's been going down.
No, it's just strictly,
There's 20,
if you look
almost
at,
21,000 in there right now.
Maybe it should cost more to get married.
right now.
Costs more to get divorced.
Yeah.
Make them think a little.
Right now, there's 23,000, if you looked on the full cash report, there's 23,000 in domestic
Yeah.
abuse.
What is that money? What, is that to run the shelter?
Correct.
Any questions on this one?
No.
Any questions, guys? All right, moving on. 3-3 county building.
And these are taxes. And I don't use the, CPI enrolled for this. It's just basically $60, and that just takes care of all the, if something major happens to any of the county buildings.
So-
It's just, go ahead.
So are these property taxes allocated by South Dakota law, or is that something a past commission has said, this percentage of county property taxes are always set aside for building?
It's just always, you know, they've always had a county building or courthouse, it used to be called,
Okay.
and that was for repair for,
What percentages, do we have a percent?
no.
It's
It's just, there's not much spent out of that, but it is, like I said, it's just for any report, something will happen to any of the county buildings.
Well,
So we have $206,000 sitting in there right now.
I'm thinking that, I don't know if any of you guys have visited the county building in Lesterville and Irene that we have, that the road graders are in. They're actually not in very good shape. One thing that Mike discussed with me is the possibility of maybe using some of this funds to put a bathroom or something in, because there's no bathroom in Lesterville. You know, you get a guy way out there who is road grading, and he's got to drive all the way back to town to use the restroom and then come back. And then the sheds themselves are not really in that, they're old tin buildings. Has anybody else visited those facilities?
Yeah, I've been in the Lesterville one.
The less.
Yeah.
You know, and if you put a bathroom in there, then you gotta insulate to some degree. I don't think, if I recall, there's any insulation in that building either.
No, there's not.
Or heat, probably, maybe minimal heat. And
Maybe-
I've not been in the one in Irene. He said that's worse.
Yeah, that's literally a tin shed. And maybe we could get creative, maybe it, I guess in Irene, they do have a gas station there.
Yeah, the
So
pump
that's
and
probably-
stuff is right
Pump
there.
and stuff, but,
And they're open.
Lesterville, they're right next door to the fire station. Maybe there could be something we could work out with them to be able to utilize it. Well, I don't know what the solution is, but they might be agreeable to that. But those sheds probably are gonna need some maintenance sooner than later. I think the one in Irene, they have to drive the road grader in and push the tin out a little bit so it can fit in, because it literally looks like a Model T shed that, you know, it's been there a long time, so. So I don't know, that's what those funds are for. We should, it should maybe be looked at least and considered. And those are specially dedicated for county buildings. And maybe we need to look at if, you know, do we want to maintain sheds out in the county? I don't, maybe it made sense 30 years ago. Does it make sense anymore? I don't know.
Well, I think a lot of it depends on, certainly Lesterville, if those townships organize, because that really cuts down on your roads.
Yeah.
If they don't organize, I would say it is a wise thing, because the
Sure.
grader doesn't have to go all the way from the city of Yankton, where our main office is, clear up
Yeah.
northwest side of the county. That's a lot of miles on a grader, that's a lot of time.
I know that the unorganized have to vote on organizing, but is there any way that we could help them along or encourage them to organize?
We had some good discussion at the Lesterville Town Hall meeting, and I've sent some information out to folks, and I know there's a lady in Odessa who is very motivated, and she's working toward that goal.
So it's entirely up to the township then?
Now, by law, the county commission, we can set up a vote, we can say, you're voting today if you want to organize. My personal opinion is that's not a wise thing
No.
to do, because comes off to me as the county commission wants us to organize, and dang it, I'm not, kind of thing. And I live in Central Township, so, and
I think just getting them the information and whatever they need and let them make a decision is probably as far as I'd want to go.
it is, and talking them
They need to
through.
determine the quality of roads
Yeah.
that they want.
You know, and talking through the good things about it and the challenging things about it, because there was a member of one of the organized townships at that Lesterville meeting who wisely shared his 35 years of experience on the board, and goods and challenges. So,
Well,
slowly.
when you and I were in Odessa, and we brought that up, it wasn't 100% negative, which I took as a positive. People are not necessarily opposed to the idea. I think we need to get the information out there of what it means, and I spoke with Bob Chop and Dean Gustad. Both are willing to serve as like a mentor to any of the county boards who would stand up. So it's something I think we need to, provide all the information, give it to them, and if it's something that they want to choose, I think we could facilitate with putting the vote on, but I think it needs to be grassroots driven. Like Sherry said, I don't think we should say, you're doing it.
Right.
Who's the person in Mission Hill? That's like where I'm at. Which person is designated for the road?
The chair.
On the board?
Yeah.
I don't have that with me here, but I can get that.
Who's
Yeah,
on the
what-
township for Mission Hill?
Yeah, I think he's looking for the chair of the board.
Is
Are
Frank?
you
is
south
it-
or north?
South
I'm
is not
south.
organized.
South is not organized,
No, I know it isn't.
yeah.
Mission Hill North, I think, isn't Frank?
Frank Zavadil,
Frank
Dan Hatchesky, and Randy Frank.
Randy Frank. Well, there's
You
five,
asking
there's a
on the
couple.
Special board, or the special committee?
Frank Stavadil.
Frank Zavadil, okay, yeah. Okay,
was the
thank you.
chairman this year.
And they also have the opportunity to merge with an already organized township. So Mission Hill North and South could merge.
Yeah.
Gayville and Mission Hill South could merge. They have to be touching, you can't pick and choose, so there's options out there, but that's probably not a discussion for this time.
No, one thing to
I-
keep in mind too, though, if, as townships, if they so choose to organize, that's gonna,
This-
not to discourage it, but it's gonna really make us have to look closer at our highway department and equipment utilization and some of that stuff too.
Yep.
Because like I'm in Mission Hill South, and this is well over 30 years ago, we had a gravel road by our house. Of course, I'm in the Ellis Edition, where there's about 25 homes. And in order to get a oil road, we had to pay by the foot. And then all the 25 people got together, and then we put in the money, and then they said, okay, we'll oil it, and then we'll take care of it. So it was much better than a gravel, so.
So, but back to this, so how much is allocated here? How is it allocated? Or do we just say we're putting 60,000 in it, or is that a certain?
No, that's just, I could go for a CPI and growth, but I don't. It's always just been $60, 60,000, just,
Okay,
no, there's no.
gotcha. Okay, that was one of my questions. I didn't know if that we had to do that, or if we could say, oh, this year we're putting in 100 or 0, or, okay.
And this-
Thank you.
And that's why that is growing the balance, because there's some years we don't,
Use it, right, but it's there in case something catastrophic
I don't know
happens.
if I'm losing my mind, but I keep thinking that the extension office needs a roof.
Don't know.
I'm thinking that was budgeted for this year, or slated for some repairs. But I could be wrong.
Don, do you recall?
I don't recall it,
Okay.
How many buildings does the county, how many do we have?
The highway, the ambulance, here, safety center, extension. And then I suppose does the girl have a shed?
Do we own, like the 4-H, are they,
No,
they're
We lease
separate?
or well,
it belongs to them.
it's
Belongs
privately
to the
owned and then we
4-H?
pay
Okay.
Rent?
rent for events there.
Okay.
So this, do we have any plans for this money? Are there any projects that we need to look at doing with this? Or do we just kind of keep it as an emergency fund?
It's just an emergency, like, the ambulance had, I think they repaired, I think the bathroom in there. And, you know, some of that stuff they have in, you know, their own budgets for the little stuff, but
Okay,
if
big
there's
stuff.
something big.
Okay.
Looks
new
like we're
carpet.
spending about, I mean, that balance looks pretty consistent. Looks like we're spending 60,000 a year, give or take.
Well, what was it spent on last year, I guess? Do we know? Because that would have had to been taken out of there, correct, and transferred?
No, because there's budget and there's
Okay.
revenue.
this is probably,
20,000 was spent in 2018.
this is probably an area that if we needed to go to, we could cut that amount back, and set a goal of maintaining 200,000 or growing it by
Right.
5% a year or something.
So.
Yeah, I would agree. Right now, we're averaging 150,000 balance in that account.
What do we have in there right now, Joe?
I don't know, 2018 was 185, 186.
So we're at 206 now.
We're 206.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess it's great to have, you know, the emergency fund too, but does it have to be, you know, that amount of money? Could that better be utilized somewhere else? Highway department, I mean, I guess I'm just talking out loud here, would 100,000 work? If we have I mean, we pay big bucks in insurance, so if there was a disaster, hopefully our insurance would pay for it, and, I mean, would we be better off having that 100,000 somewhere else?
Or a suggestion that, you know, like we're making payments on, what is it, the road grader yet? If we could use some of that money to get that paid down and,
Yeah.
you know, if we're paying interest,
Or aren't we still paying for this building too?
Yes.
Could we
That's
put
in a different account.
Could we put 100,000 toward, I don't know, I'm just talking out loud here.
Whatever we're paying the highest interest on.
Yeah,
I would absolutely say we could probably cap this at 150.
You don't even have to have this account if you don't want to.
Right.
You can transfer it all into the general fund and not have this account at all.
you know, because,
I think, in my opinion, the purpose of this fund is no different than your personal home. You know, every 25, 30 years, you might have to put a new roof on. So you save a little till you get to that expense, and then you don't have to borrow money to do that expense, and you don't have to take it away from your regular budget. The question here is what balance there meets our needs for the 5 areas. Now, the jail has its own fund, right? And that's what the purpose of the jail fund is so we never have to suck money from the rest of the budget. So we've got our main building here, we've got a main highway, we have a Lesterville highway, we have an Irene highway, we have an ambulance, and we have an extension center. And is the shed ours too, out by the armory? Is that our building or is that NRCS's building?
the tree shed,
The tree shed?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
You
I
know,
can
So, I mean, that, and we don't need that answer, but, so we've got those 7 buildings, and every one of them has a roof, and little things that go wrong. Last year, we spent 20,000 on something, so, you know, do we need 208,000 in there? Probably not, but we just mentioned 2 of those buildings need severe work, Lesterville and Irene. If we are truly looking at upgrading those. If we've got townships that organize, maybe not. Maybe we sell that building to the organized township and they have a place to store stuff. I don't know. I guess I'm thinking out loud of, I don't think that we should go and say, well, we're not putting anything in that fund this year. I don't think that's wise if we do need a roof on an extension building, because roofs aren't cheap. At least 30,000. I don't know. I
Yeah,
haven't
and
put a
know
roof in.
Jeff was planning on doing some foundation work on this building. We've had, you know, water
Issues
since
and
day
things,
one.
so, you know, I would look at no less than $150,000 in that fund at any one time.
Well,
That's,
then if you have a storm, if you think about it, a lot of roofs could be blown off, a lot of county buildings.
Yeah, and we have a
You know, damage
deductible on
here,
those,
I mean-
so the deductible would certainly come out of that. So I guess that's my
Yeah.
opinion, is no less than 150,000.
sure. Well, and what Joe brought up is, we do, if, for those of you who haven't been in the basement, I mean, there's a big problem down there, and water's getting in, and
So the
It's not
question
good.
is 60,000, is that a number we want to stick with, or do we want to reduce that number?
We're at, where,
We'll get
200 now?
200 in it now.
We're at
With
206.
50 in it.
So
you want to just put 50, put 250, just cap it at 250,000 and leave it and no more, or leave it at 200, or?
what do you mean by leave it at 200?
Well, you know, if it's at 200, do we need to put another 60,000 in this year?
Well, I
Yes.
would try to anticipate, what are we spending this year? We've got another half year to go. Are we anticipating doing work?
I don't, you know, with Jeff out, I don't think there's any pressing maintenance issues that have to be addressed immediately.
Okay.
I think they were kind of things he wanted to clean up, and, well, like the water issue that we have here, needs to be addressed, but the building isn't gonna fall down tomorrow.
Right.
So I would not see.
Never rang before.
I don't know why.
I wouldn't see any major,
President called.
major
For you.
expenditures this year. Except for whatever reason, I think that roof
Needed
Just a
something.
second.
needed some attention.
Yep.
Or maybe it
Wasn't
got
the president.
attention, but,
It's my pits.
I mean, if we spent 30,000 the second half of this year, I'd be surprised.
Well, and when you have money in a fund, sometimes you're like, well, I better spend it too. Whereas if you know, are in charge of a building, you should be budgeting for roofs and things, you know, major expenses. They should be coming in front of us and saying, hey, we have this big expense.
But that's what this fund is.
Well,
Well, why don't,
is it though, or?
why don't we get to the end of our budgeting process and see what
Yeah.
the bottom line says? We might wanna take 100 out.
Or
Not
more.
put any in.
Well,
No, we can't do that.
So I'm gonna circle that one.
260-4473.
all right.
Okay.
Put a pin in that one. Is there anything else?
This is 260-4400, it's the government center.
Okay, so.
Move on. Then
Debt service?
Yep.
move on. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That phone is the first time it ever rang. We should get rid of that phone. I would say that everybody's got cell phones now. All right, debt service
This is for the safety center.
for the safety center. When is, and this is supposed to be paid off in when?
24.
2024.
So we've got 5 payments. And I think the last payment is a smaller one.
Is this by tax? This wasn't a bond or anything?
This is a separate tax levy on your
This is a
tax
separate
bill.
levy, okay, to pay for the, That's to pay
So
for
it is
this.
listed as debt service.
And this is for the safety center for
Yes.
this building. Okay.
Yep.
Not much to do.
No, we have to pay it, so,
All right,
but the thing to keep in mind is in 5 years.
2025
2025,
and 283,000.
and that's 2025, okay.
and when that is paid off, that levy goes away, correct? When it's paid off?
Yes.
So, so it's not,
We will still,
I-
we
280,
will
283,
still be
yes, that's
getting
fine.
taxes from back here.
so when this
We
is,
just won't be being levied for current year.
so when this is paid off, we won't get $600,000 more each year. It'll be that,
it's
And that's
all,
not
away.
county's money anyway.
Okay.
It's
Right.
not county.
it's a special bond.
Yeah.
got it, all righty.
Okay, so we do have 6 payments left. 20, 21, 2, 23, 24, and 25. Okay.
Any questions on that one?
Nope.
All right. Napa Junction.
Okay, so there's really not much there. And that was for 6 million or
What's
so.
the,
Got a long way to go.
and that's, when is this scheduled to be paid off?
10 years from,
The balloon payments due
Just a second, I have that.
at 10 years.
what year was that, 16 or 17 when that road was put in?
Because the TIF would have started the year before, I think. Boy,
I think the cement was poured in 17.
okay. So the TIF might have started in 16. Those are kind of funny. I'm not sure exactly what year it started.
So, but yeah, it was, that had to be satisfied within 10 years, balloon payment in 10 years. So call it 2026, 27.
Well, is that this is for the road, right?
Yes.
But then
One-
that district will remain for 20 years.
Yes, all of the taxes Dakota Plains will continue to receive
Yeah.
until the 6 million is met, and then they come back to the county.
Are you sure they come back to the county, or does that not go? I thought when I read that it could go back to them for their infrastructure that they're building, the TIF.
Did you have that clarified?
I don't, do we want to do that
When-
now, or?
When the TIF is paid off, those tax dollars will go back to the county.
They'll take the back payment though, right? Because if anything that they paid up front, that would not have come out of the taxes to satisfy the 10-year,
Yeah.
they
They're
will
holding
continue to
the
hold
end,
back
yeah.
at the end until
Well,
that's satisfied.
There's a balloon payment in 27.
Right, but if, let's,
2027, and then the
let's
last
say in-
payment is 36.
but let's say in 2027, Dakota Plains has to pay $5 million out of their own pocket, or $1 million out of their own pocket. In the following years, they will still hold back a portion of their taxes until that's satisfied, correct?
Yes.
And then,
I believe that's right.
yeah.
Yes.
And there is something in there about, there's certain fees to their infrastructure can be covered into that.
I
but
thought
don't
it was
remember how that-
infrastructure improvements, even after, even if that got paid off early, can go back.
I think
to
so,
them.
and I
That's
took
how
it
I
as
read
if,
it, so I'm not
let's
sure.
say they put in the pellet plant, and they had a road to go to
Yeah.
that, within that district,
Yeah.
that can go to, that is how I understood it, but
That's
I
how
never got
that's-
clarification.
I'm not sure.
It can't go towards like a building.
No, I didn't think so.
They couldn't put the pellet plant into the costs associated with that building, they can't.
Are you sure?
I'm 98% sure.
Until they're 100% paid back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Good question.
Is there any questions on this one? It's pretty straightforward too.
The revenues, I think that's it for revenues then, right?
Is there anything else should go over, Patty, that you want to talk to us about?
As far as do you want to go kind of back over the expenditures? I did have a couple of things I think
Anybody
we
need
need to
take
talk about.
Anybody need to take a break?
I guess I need, on departments' budgets, I mean, are you okay with them?
Well, that's what I think we need to scan through that list for
Which one are you on, Sherry?
just the budget, the expenditures. And I probably have a cool one here.
Do we all have that one? Or
You should have,
I think she gave us this one at the last commission meeting.
is this it?
no,
that it?
that's the right, but you have each one in your book.
Okay, so
Each
do you want to go through the
department.
one through the book? Then we'll do that. All right. Okay. Which one did you want to start with?
Well, just from the beginning.
Let me ask a question. We're gonna go through this one more time, once you put the whole thing together, so we see the revenues and expenses.
I did give
in
you,
one document.
I did send you what, as of today, if you did not change anything, what it would be. That's the
When-
annual report, or provision, I sent provisional.
That's not this, that's not
If
the.
you look on that last page of the annual report, that shows all expenditures and revenues.
Is that this one you sent last week, or is that a different?
Send it Friday or Thursday.
Yep, this one right here.
Yeah. So she gave us a printed one too. It says 2020, provisional budget 2020. It's got a bunch of, it's got all the funds in it.
Yeah, this one here.
Yep.
Yeah, that
Look
one.
at the last
Well,
one.
when I have this stuff, maybe I lost it or something. It's not this one? It's not this one?
No.
When did we get that one?
Should have been at the last meeting,
At the last,
the commission
I
meeting.
sent it to you and I also made copies for you.
I
Do
might
you want me
have
to
it.
make a copy?
I might have it in a different, I may need one.
I'll go run and make a copy.
Apologize.
Does everybody else have one?
Yep.
This one. Oh, wait, I got something here, Patty. I don't know if this is it. Is that it?
Yeah, that'd be it.
It fell out of the back there.
So, I think we should just start at the top. There's a few notes I've made as I went through.
Can we take a break for 2 minutes?
Take a break.
All right, entertain a motion to take a 2-minute break.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 2-minute break.
Just now.
All right, entertain a motion to come back into regular session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Just gonna pick names.
Yeah.
Opposed? All right, back into regular session. All right, provisional budget for Yankton County, South Dakota, January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Just want to start,
Yep, right at the top with
General
the
fund.
Board of County Commissioners. I know Mr. Swenson had suggested we all take a 10% pay cut. And we didn't vote on that. So I think we need to discuss if we give ourselves a pay raise.
I think I'd be okay if we all took a, $500 decrease or something like that, or, yeah, I don't know, is that even, can we even do something like that?
There is no, like I had talked to,
Mm.
about Gary's request
Mm.
to the state auditor, and he said that there's no codes in our payroll, for that kind of a deduction. If you
You're
wanted to
just
do
saying to
that.
freeze it, Sherry, right?
Yeah, maybe freeze it and just say we aren't taking a increase this year.
No matter what we decide for the other employees, there will be
Nothing for the
Nothing
county
for it.
commissioners.
And that would probably be pretty close to, well, if like what would 3% be on,
Well, I think we're about 13,300. Well, us, you get a little more.
Yeah, you higher ups get, the president
Yeah,
vice president get
yeah.
more.
At 3%, that's $400
so
if we use 3%.
that would probably be the easiest for Patty as
Sure.
well. If we just say, this year, no matter what we do with the other employees, we will not take a pay raise. And whatever, would that be the simplest? We don't want to have a huge complicated mess for her.
Yeah, a motion could be made just that, the county commissioner, board of county commissioners, will have, no raise for 2020.
Yeah, that-
And that, I think, is kind of what you were getting at.
Yeah.
And it'll be closer to the same thing, and it'd be a lot easier for accountability. Does that sound like a
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm
plan
not
for everybody?
opposed
Yeah,
to
that'd be
that.
good.
I would like to say though, just, if you look at, I'm assuming in the past, commissioners have gotten the same percentage raise as the rest of the employees. So if you look at, my guess is that gap has ever
Yeah.
recently grown, which isn't the end of the world, but, down the road or whatever, it just, I don't like messing with salaries all that much. This
Sure.
is basically donated time. I mean, when it
Nobody's-
boils down to it.
Nobody's doing it for the.
But at the
for
same
pay,
time,
so.
you don't wanna discourage people from running down the road too, so.
Okay, so for reference, we're at what, 13,300, I said? Beetle County is 16,500. Bon Home, 10,800. Brookings, almost 18,000. Brown is 22,000. Clay's 20,000. I don't know what
What's-
other ones you want. Lincoln is 24,000.
Yeah, I had seen that too, so.
What's
I
Minnehaha?
don't have Spink on here.
We're
Sorry.
definitely on,
Yeah.
like, one of the low, we're not, definitely not the highest.
Right, and that's, I guess, my own point, it's an easy, it's,
Don't you want to wait for an election year to do that, Gary?
No,
I mean,
we need to
that's something.
no, then it looks like it's something for election, but at least it's symbolic that we said it, even if we're not getting paid half what they are in Minnehaha. We're trying.
Right.
We're setting an example for the rest of the county.
Sure.
Because everybody's suffering out there, you know.
right.
So as far as the contingency at 400,000, is that a fairly standard?
That's what you can do 5% of the total budget.
Okay.
Is that what 400,000 is, or is it slightly
No, it's
above?
less.
Okay.
If you, did I put on the total budget?
It was 5.
17,
Glad I
18
sit
million.
next to you, Patty.
Yeah.
I really.
5% is almost
Where are
600,000
we at? This is the total, or?
in the general, I guess.
No, you have the wrong.
We're at 18, almost 18 million.
So it's 5% of what you can. Yeah, 5% of that.
Okay. So then,
So I've never really put, and
So-
and that, what that means is that I don't have to advertise for that. If a department, needs budget, it's out, I can just a motion from you guys just to take it out of there. But if it's quite amount, like, there will be a bill for the jail pretty soon, I will have to supplement for that, because we have the cash, but we don't budget for it.
Okay.
So
Right.
then we'll have to advertise for that. And same with the Napa,
Right,
we'll be doing that at the end, closer to the end of the year.
okay.
Is that why cause that increase, that contingency increase, is that just cause you have some things you know that are coming in, or is that just because budget's increasing?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess then the one thing is, that all, if you don't use it, it all reverts back to the general fund.
Right. Okay.
So the judicial system is a 23% increase over last year. I just wanted to make that note that as we grow as a county, and Minnehaha is dealing with this right now, is their judicial system is really starting to cost money, real money. So that one I look to probably continue to be a source of additional cost.
Well, if you take a quick look at our budget between the state's attorney, the judicial system, and the sheriff's department, including the jail, it's it's over $4 million,
Yep, and that's,
40-some% of our budget.
with growth comes cost, and that's part of the cost.
It is, and that's some, you know, people talk about like Turner County, for instance. You hear a lot about.
They spend a lot of money on
$8 million budget and $4 million to roads or whatever it is, and,
Yep.
but they,
Well,
I call it clean taxes, they have cleaner tax revenues than we do.
Yep, every county's got a little bit of different story
Mm-hmm.
to deal with. So, as we go down, and I'm just gonna read some of these numbers off, the auditor is 4.8%, treasurer was 3.6, data processing 9% increase over 2018.
do we have the reasoning for that?
Well, you can look back at all of your single sheets, and I think that was Patty's concern, is
Yeah.
if we question any of these numbers, we need to go to that department's budget and look. State's attorney, 7.8% increase over last year. When we get down to the other, director of equalization, 8.7%. When I look at that specific budget, there's a lot of cost in travel for them. And I don't know how we want to handle travel across all the departments, you know, when we get into a time where we're really trying to find nickels and dimes. Do we start curtailing some travel? Some of it's needed for training. But I think we need to consider some of that.
How much was for travel for equalization, did you?
I don't
you
know,
have
off
that?
the top of my head, I thought it was like $15,000.
14.1 is what's requested.
14.1, so, you know, and that was one of the higher ones, and I didn't look at all of the travel budgets across. But when I saw the 8.7% increase, I thought, well, where is that coming from? There was a boost in salary in that department last year that was pretty heavy, so that's part of it. But I think the $15,000 in travel just seems kind of hefty.
And that's, I guess it's not a hefty increase over what was budgeted last year, but I was just curious if they were expecting something coming up. 2018 was 9,600. And then 2019 was 13,600.
You know, and I know all of them have to get trained, which is part of the job.
Well, most of them they're all certified at this point, you know.
Well, but you
correct?
have to keep
There's
your,
still
Sure.
annual.
you have to
yeah.
have annual training on
Sure.
everything,
Yeah,
so,
I understand
you know, and whether it's all in-state or there's some out-of-state that maybe we could limit. So I do think we need to look at the travel budget on the equalization office a little bit.
that. And they have, is it 6 employees?
5 or 6.
So, good-sized department.
And that's, part of that is required by law. You have to have so many
Sure,
people to
sure.
look at so many parcels. So as
Yep.
we add parcels, we're going to eventually have to add another person to staff. Another part of that growth thing.
And like you said on the auditors, the 4 point, I did add that extra that we got for the raise this year,
Yes, yes.
so that's on there
Yep,
too.
yep, and that'll probably be in most of
Majority of
these,
them,
yep,
yeah.
yep, so. Safety center building had a huge increase, and the main thing there is because no utilities were budgeted for 2018.
Yep.
And it's, every month when you see that big negative, that's what that is, so without that, I mean, there's really not a big issue there, I didn't think.
Seeing some of that, like the safety center and and this building, we'll probably have to supplement out of that contingency fund, because there will be.
Right, yep. The other thing about the equalization department is we have the flyovers every 3 years.
That's why but that comes out of data,
Yep.
the picometry, that comes out of data.
But it's a cost, and do we feel every 3 years is the right amount of time? Or should we consider every 4 years?
And what is the cost for that? Do we have that?
It's healthy.
It's, is it 30 to 40,000 a year?
the city
And that's,
pays for some.
that's average, so the cost to do it, they amortize over the 3 years, and we share the cost with the city. So a decision like that would have to be cleared with the city too, because if we want to go to 4 years, then they have to agree to go to 4 years. So it would probably, if you take $100,000 over 3 years or 4, you go from 33,000 a year to 25. So you're saving a little bit of money. I know there was a lot of
things that were caught and corrected with the last one, so I would think there would be not as much to catch this time.
Well, it was done
Well,
3 years prior to the
that,
last one.
yeah, so that was in the 3 years. I mean, you're going to
Yeah.
have those, so the question is,
But that was the
What is
first
reasonable?
flyover, correct? Well, that was the first flyover ever with that change finder, so it caught things from probably not just 3 years, but potentially longer than that.
That was the first.
I believe it was, but, So, do you have to, I agree with her, is it 4 years, 5 years?
Well, and that's something with our fee schedule and fines and whatnot. We should be able to go back on back taxes almost. And then we could do one every 20 years, go back 20 years on taxes, I don't know, but.
I don't know.
it's something to consider.
I think 4 years should be plenty
I
fine.
think we're getting, because I know we've received quotes for the next time.
Is that already scheduled then?
No,
Do we
we've
know?
not approved any of the money.
Do we need to, or is that something we're gonna need to approve? That?
Yeah, yep.
Well, I think we should probably have the conversation with the city and see what their thoughts are.
I think you could also maybe check with Roy.
Yes, yep. All right, so the next page. The sheriff was at 7.2%. The jail was 3.9, and the coroner was 11. And search and rescue was about 5.7. So I guess I didn't have any specific notes on any of those.
The coroner is, you don't know.
Hit or miss.
By call?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
autopsies,
exactly.
You don't know.
Exactly, so. Down below the airport at 15,000. I think we've probably been giving that for as long as anyone can remember.
Yep.
Is that something we would need to consider adjusting?
I think it should take, it should be a longer conversation we have with the city about working together with the ambulance, and I don't necessarily have a problem partnering with all of these things, but, if it's good to partner on the airport and it's good to partner in the library, it's also good to partner on the ambulance. And so I think we need to approach it in that regard where partnerships go a long way, but both entities are gonna need to be willing, especially since, we're 80% of our ambulance trips are within the city. I think we need to look at, partnering that. So I say we put a pin in that one, and
I'd be
we s-
curious to see where that started too. I mean, it's utilized and it's a good thing
Do
for
you
the
have any
county, but
idea?
I'm just
How
curious.
much we've given?
Well, was
When
it
did it
just a kind of a
begin?
goodwill offering, or was it county benefit out of it, or what? Where did it start from, or how did we get here type of deal? It looks like 15,000 for as far back as I have information.
You know, clear back to 2013 anyway.
What do you think, Don?
You know, it could have been a special project and then it just carried on.
Buzzed into something else that
I
I
hear
can't
you.
think about, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You know, I guess,
Oh, yeah, I was listening.
Hmm.
Absolutely. I agree they should be paying part of that. It seems to me, I mean,
Yeah.
at least hear the justification why they aren't. Maybe there's a reason,
sure.
but I don't know what it is. Doesn't make sense.
I think you said, Joe, it was $500 every time they start the vehicle and go out for an ambulance call. Is that what it-
That's what Steve
I think
had
Steve
said last time.
$500 to
he was here.
$600 per call is what it.
I was thinking it was even more than
Yes,
that.
yeah. I think it-
Probably.
It's on that ambulance report every month that- or every quarter that he gives us.
Right.
And if 80% of them are in the city, you know,
Yeah. And that's where I think it fluctuates depending on how many calls, anywhere from like $500 to $900 or something, I think, if I remember right, he said that.
You've got to pay overtime and.
There's a lot of employees with that department too, and even if they're
It
part-time.
started in 2008 at 15,000.
Anything else on this one?
That page, no, I didn't have any notes on that one.
How much, Public Works, how much did that go up? Highway, roads and bridges?
The highways went up 7.9%. So on the next page, we've got, I'm assuming the public welfare at 10,000, that's our straight donation to the homeless shelter.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the contact center.
Do we have a list of all, you know, the airport, the contact center, all of the, you know, I guess the discretionary funding? Do we have a list of all of those? Okay. I guess I would like to see, if possible, we could get a list and
I've got one going here in the
Okay.
back. So, let's see,
The
the
contact center's
ambulance.
50,000?
uh,
That's our donation? And then we also give them the space downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. What is catastrophic?
That's through the state, we have to pay that.
That actually went down from 5,000 to 2,000?
See, and that's, you know, we get up, I think, did I give it to you? Probably not. Yeah, that's just a set amount through the state
Okay.
Yep.
that we have to pay.
So down below the ambulance was about 6%. That was a healthier increase than, the other ones were around 3.5 or so, which I guess I would expect.
Care of the aged,
Abuse,
what is that?
care of the, we don't have,
Care for,
where you,
oh, that's, it's
It's
down
under-
in domestic abuse.
Oh, okay, got it. 10,000. And that's been going on a long time as well, I assume?
It was 5, didn't they come last year and wanted to get 10?
So is that is in addition to the fees that we get from,
No,
like? Okay.
no, they just get this 10,000.
Okay.
but the fees go in that fund for
The
domestic
two-
abuse.
Yes. Mhm.
So.
They don't get that extra, they just get the 10,000. That 7,000 goes toward this,
So the net difference is about 3,000
Yeah.
out of the general
Okay,
fund.
got it.
So,
out of domestic abuse, it's in a fund by itself.
right.
Would it be simpler to just collect those fees for those licenses and then just whatever that fee is, give that as the amount, and then that would fluctuate as,
Yeah, Yeah, and that,
I mean-
because you never know, you don't know the exact amount that you'll get for those fees either too, so. I mean, that's totally up to you, that's,
I don't know.
You guys
That's
choose.
the fees that we charge for the divorce and the marriage, if that would just be given as opposed.
I think it's easier for us to absorb a $5,000 swing than in our budget than that, you know, it probably puts a bind on their budgeting.
Yeah, I can see
More.
that. No, but that's, you know, if we're looking at discretionary spending, I think to be fair to everybody, everything should be on, you
Good.
know,
I
the
think
list.
that-
I mean, everyone's a very worthy cause. But, alrighty.
So on the next page, we've got the public library at 24,000. We've got historic sites at 34,000, plus they get the levy that they have solely for them.
Back to the public library, I've recently got some comments from people who live in the country that, I guess I didn't realize this, but if you live in the country, you have to pay a special fee.
$5
$5 a year.
for a card.
So I wonder,
It's been that way since I was in high school.
yeah, I guess
I'll share
It's-
this with you just because I've kind of asked, I'm on the library board, if I can figure out how to get. I can't get out of this.
how long have we,
The 24,000 is less than 3% of their overall budget. And then that, these are off the top of my head. The county rural residents, account for about 20%, I believe, of the rentals. There's like 1,000 and change for members that pay that $5. But then they also track rentals by address, you know, because every time you
Mhm.
rent it, they scan it.
Sure.
I want to say it's about 20%. One thing just for, you know, ever discussion and make sure everybody's
Sure.
aware. A lot of the classes, services, and free Wi-Fi offered don't get tracked by anything. You know, so just, it's not just city people using the library,
Sure.
I guess is what I'm getting at.
I mean, but it's also probably, you know, small town users, you know, Mission Hill, Gayville.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like your
Like
traditional
ridiculous,
book
like,
rental,
well,
they could raise fees to $25 versus the $5 and make up for the 24,000. It's the other programs, I think,
Sure.
you get a lot of rural residents utilizing, like I say, the Wi-Fi and some of the other programs.
I know the seed library
seed
that the
library,
4-H
so-
does. I mean, yeah, it's a good
I
good
just-
thing, so.
It's much more than just book rentals
Sure.
anymore, so
I agree.
just to bring that up.
So the historic sites, and then down below we have a senior citizen center, which last year we had 31,300 or so budgeted, and this year the city's asking for 48,500, which is a 55% increase.
It
It's
should
for
be
the
on
roof,
your,
isn't it?
it should be on that sheet, the city sheet.
Yeah,
Where's it?
it was for the roof
Well,
thing.
He has to repair their roof or something.
it's,
I think it was air conditioner. How is the senior do we pay a percentage of that then? Or do we, how is this number determined?
just through the city, the request.
The city decides what we should pay?
I didn't
Okay.
see a city.
I wonder if that could be set at
No,
a
I've
set
got it.
amount like we have with the airport and the public library? We just agree to pay a certain amount each year?
Oh, I think it's in this other.
I wonder
Are you
if,
talking about in the other tab?
No, it should be, yeah, it should be in the other, and their sheet that they sent should be attached to it.
Oh, yeah. Bruce and
The
Trump.
library is 511.
Yeah.
I wonder if the senior citizen center isn't, I wonder if there's been any studies or information gained, or whether it even makes a difference on whether.
Since there's so many,
the
maybe
we just
major-
stuck it down here.
Majority of their people, or the percentage of their people that are all longtime rural residents that have moved to town that use it, or longtime city residents that have always been here. I don't know, but I have a feeling that we have a lot of rural people that.
I
move
remember
into town
seeing it,
that
but
use the
I don't know if it's what
senior
they're.
citizen center as a social area.
There's a lot of rural residents that still live in rural, you know, like that, there's people from Jamesville and people from, you know, that live in the country still, and they go in there to eat lunch and, you know, so
It's a
our city.
Gathering place.
It is, and it's, you know, I feel that it's one of those things that might be the best meal some of those people get, because you have well-to-do people, and then you have people that aren't so well-to-do, and it's affordable enough for everybody.
Yeah, the replacement of a 20-ton rooftop air conditioner.
So
That's why the increase for that this year.
is that gonna be, is it, it doesn't say a percentage
It's a 50-50 match.
of expenses?
Operating and capital costs to run the facility.
Okay. And then we also, doesn't get tax revenue off of that either,
No,
so we're kind of donating that to, what's it, nonprofit, so. I'm sorry, Gary, did you have something?
Back to the senior citizens with the meals and things. I know there's some of the retired people that I know of, they go to Hy-Vee and they're guaranteed a $3.50 meal there because they don't like, or it's not convenient for them,
Yeah.
or the timing isn't quite right, so they can go to Hy-Vee and get the same meal for the same
Yeah.
price.
And I think you have to have your senior citizen center card.
Yeah.
To do that, you know, so so I'm gonna write that down. It was 50% of the, 50% of the, what was it, the operating
it's
cost?
50-50 operating and capital improvements to the library. And it's only larger this year because of, next year is because of that.
Okay.
air conditioning. And that historical sites, 34, I think that is for, that has nothing to do with the Mead building, that's what they tell me.
Wasn't that what Jim Means came in and talked to us about?
He was
Yeah.
forming an
That's for the
OG, another government
Yeah.
agency. So this is in addition to their own 100,000
They've got,
tax
yeah.
levy?
This
it's-
goes to the historical society.
32,000 to the historical, 2,000 to Creamer Canyon.
Now, last year, there was a request for that this time, but, last year, I don't think, you guys didn't give them anything. And then I think you put down
I thought they got
Lord.
24 last year.
24
The
is what they
historical.
got last year.
nothing for Kramer Canyon.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Got anything else on this page?
The only question I have, are we done with the boys and girls
No.
5-year grant? Is that on here?
Yeah, it's in commissioners.
Oh, and commissioners, okay.
I had written, or a note on it. I saw there was a 5-year, when did that start?
I think there's next year and 1 year left.
Okay.
Do we have anything else on? Go to
On,
the next page?
on the center,
Uh-huh.
to just muddy the waters, to take that increase out of a separate fund, can we do that? I'm just thinking that a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you're gonna go back and see this. Oh, last year we gave them 48,000 or, you
Yeah.
know, whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, our agreement is
I guess if it's-
50% of
yeah, it's a
operating
bit-
and capital
yeah,
costs.
yeah.
Is that a written agreement?
I think you got it. Did you have that right there?
What's that?
The agreement with the senior center?
That's just from the city.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know-
it's just a request every year. I don't know if there's a signed agreement.
And maybe that's something we have to look at, when we need to work with the city. I mean, their budget is so much larger than ours. I mean, I know there's a lot of,
They certainly look for a written agreement when they negotiated with us at West City Limits Road.
yeah, yeah. Well, maybe that can be a part of that ambulance negotiation. You know, back to what you said, Don, are half of the people there, you know, from the rural areas? I don't think so, but,
Probably not.
you know, it's a good service, but, anything else on this page? You wanna move to the next page?
Yeah, the big increase in that soil conservation, we already addressed with that salary, that wasn't right.
What page are you on now?
Yeah, I'll change that.
Yeah,
I'll
so,
get the correct figure and then send a new sheet out for you.
so now we've got planning and zoning was 2.1%, and then we have economic development at 50,000, which is Yankton area progressive.
How long does that, go on for? The 50,000 for,
I think that was a 3-year drive, and I think that was for
And then we did it
19,
again for
20,
4
and
years.
21.
Yeah.
Is that for like yes 3 or what are they on now?
Yes, campaign.
so that's,
So, down below, the 76,000 in capital outlay on that previous,
I don't have that.
is, so the 50,000 for Yankton area progressive, and then down here, there's 76,000. Where was that from again? And I know I should remember.
That is for county accumulations for the highway and for emergency management. They can set aside dollars. I think ambulance had like 56 and highway and emergency management had 20.
Okay, gotcha. I knew I saw those somewhere. Emergency management. So those little pins that we were doing as we went along, we have the airport at 15,000. We have the library was 24,000. The historical society was 34,000. The senior citizen center, they're asking for 48,500. We have a homeless shelter at 10,000, Yankton area progressive at 50,000, the contact center at 50,000, and domestic abuse at 10,000. So those are all of those pins that we talked about.
we have Boys and Girls Club 2, correct?
And I don't know what that
What is that
one
one?
is.
20.
That's in the commissioners. That's under other.
So,
Boys and Girls Club, 20,000 for 4
20,
years.
right?
And then you have Yankton Transit, you did 5,000 last year.
Ah, I missed that one.
This year.
That was 5,000.
I think we really need to put a list, you know, like you're doing, Sherry, of just so we know where, it's out there, so we know that money is going to these different places.
And then we have jail revenue. And right now, 25% of it goes back into the jail fund. Is that right?
On fines,
On the income.
Revenue.
yeah, jail,
Net profit at the end of the year.
no, it's quarterly. They get money quarterly, I put in there.
Oh, you do it quarterly?
Yep,
Okay.
for the jail, you know, jail fees and
Okay.
local, the three, the local jail fee, federal hold, other jail holds. those three amounts get 25% out of that quarterly into the,
I see with the feds, we're making money, but with the BIA, we're coming up short, looks like.
yeah, we don't get much like we used to for the BIA.
Is there any way to rectify that?
No, that's through the federal.
I think Wagner's got some facilities over there that are taking some of the slack away.
The sheriff did mention that he'd like to see that percentage reduced.
Well, and the only reason I'm bringing all these up is we've got this challenge of 4 things we call the James River Bridges and needing to put money away for them so that in 5 years, we hopefully have enough money to get a big grant. And if we have $250,000 a year, which I think we can find between the jail revenue, Jim has already said that we could probably reduce that to 10%. So could we take that 15% and start putting that in? So that would probably be about 150,000 right there. And then look at either eliminating or reducing some of these incidental spending to get it to 250,000. So we would need to find about another $100,000. I think it's very real that we can do that. Yep.
I have to agree with you. Like, you had a list there, and I think the YAPG was like 50,000. If they could just take a cut, or if we could take that 50,000 and eliminate them, put that into a bridge fund for the next 5 years, that'd be 50,000 every year. I know it would hurt YAPG, but it's going to actually benefit everybody. So if they could go without it, put it in the bridge fund.
You've already promised that 50,000 to the YAP. You can't do anything with that next year or the next year.
Okay, then the following year we could, though.
Well, I think, maybe we could do something along the lines of we have this discretionary, maybe we say we set aside, I don't know the number, 50,000, 100,000, I don't know. And toward November, when we're coming toward the end of our budget, we have this much money left over. Send us your application, all of your organizations, and maybe we can fund each one of them what they want. Maybe this year you get 80% of what you want, maybe you get 50, depends on the year. We have a good year, we can give the organizations what they want. We have a bad year, it may have to cut down, but it should be something that we fund every year. I don't think we should promise any organization that we're gonna give them X amount this year no matter what. I mean, we have Stone Church Bridge collapses, we have an obligation to that first, in my opinion. So maybe that's something we could look, just say, all this discretionary spending, we have to postpone it until a certain day, later toward the year when we know what we have left in the budget.
I thought he said that was promised to the YAPG, area progressive growth. So can we break our promise?
Well, to me, I don't think you can. I mean, I'd have to check.
I mean, it's just
if
because
you
we're in such a
promise and
special
say
year
that-
this, with the flood and everything, because it's just something that, somebody said it's act of God, so I don't know.
I guess I'd have to check. I mean,
Yeah.
if there was an agreement signed or something was signed,
Well,
or it was just a motion.
I think you'll find that you pledge to the organization like you pledge to church or you pledge to anything else. And there's no legal obligation that you have to pay, but they all make plans, long-term plans based on what they've been pledged. The reason I say that is because I see that on the YAPG report that there is a Yes One campaign pledge that hasn't been collected, and the Yes One was like 6 years ago. So I think somebody didn't pay.
I guess just go back to the act of God with the flood. My dad would pledge to put money in the church, but when we had a crop failure, he couldn't fulfill that pledge, so.
Well, and I think that goes back to, you know, this discretionary spending that we have, you know, and maybe it's a policy change or whatever, that we want to help all these organizations, but we have to know what the year has done first, and that's if you come toward the end of the year, yep, we had a great year, we got, you know, we have it, here you go. Next year might be different. I think maybe that's what we strive to go toward.
Yeah, and I'm not picking on YPG,
Sure.
it's just, they're the biggest amount of 50,000, that's why I just mentioned them. Because the other ones will add up too, so.
The things that most dramatically affect our budget are spending, because our taxes are set. They come in, we know what they'll come in next year, we know what they'll come in the following year. Wheel taxes, all our revenues, they're pretty damn predictable. There's no big surprises that occur. Doesn't make any difference whether it's floods or blizzards, that's gonna come in. Now, if you're talking about whether somebody has some adversity in their home because of the flood, that's a different thing. Yeah, I agree, and maybe it's a little more difficult for them to pay. But in economic development and community development, I think you're looking into more of a long-term thing. And that's what your senior citizens said, taking care of these people that have probably taken care of us
Yep.
for 20, 30, 40 years. Paying back for what they paid. And I don't utilize the senior citizen center. Maybe someday I will, I don't know. But I certainly think it's a worthwhile enterprise. And when the total of these things represent what, maybe 1 or 2% of the total budget,
266,000, all those ones I listed off.
so that's maybe 5% or 7% of the total budget.
What
Whatever
is that,
it is.
18 million?
Yeah. I just encourage us to keep an open mind on some of those things. I think the Boys and Girls Club, I brought my tickets to sell you guys, by the way, today.
No
Today.
soliciting on government
Oh, my
property.
No, they're all very
Well-
good programs.
Yeah.
I mean, I think to your effect that these organizations use these as planning tools long-term, and there isn't one of them on here that I don't support. But I think the point, or why it's being brought up, is we don't have a lot of discretion in any of our spending. This is about it, and if we need dollars, this may be the only place that we can get
Gotta
dollars.
cover it.
And so that's what's,
Or
it's
your tax
unfortunate,
money.
yeah.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Well, you know, all of these
And they're all
organizations
complicated.
are great. You know, I'm a member of the, you know, the VFW, and we do, one of the fundraisers I did last Sunday was for our Cootie Club, which is, we take care of the hospitalized veterans. And there's nobody, I guess, would say that, you know, hospitalized veterans aren't worthy of support, but as a government organization where we have roads and bridges that are failing, you know, Stone Church, within the next decade, is probably either gonna be fixed, or it's gonna fall down, or it's gonna be closed. And how do we not have that happen? We have to leave no stone unturned. I'm a big fan of the Senior Citizen Center. I'm a member, and I go there all the time. Boys and Girls Club, kids are probably there right now. And the library we use, they're all great organizations, but, you know, what do we do? It's a tough choice.
It is, and some of them where there's partnerships with the city that, you know, muddies the water even a little bit, or by saying, oh, does the city just because you've got a larger budget, you have to start paying more.
Yeah.
You know, citizens that live in the city pay more taxes, or property taxes, than citizens that live in the country too. I pay about equal share to the city as I do to the county, if I look at my taxes.
And living
So-
in the county, whenever you go to the city, you're paying sales tax too.
Right.
So, yeah,
I think this is one of our only avenues for dollars. Unfortunately, and I don't think we can come through and say, we're not giving any of these any money. But it's probably the only place we can look and have this discussion, I guess. One of the only places.
I do agree and I support the 5-year, the 5-year pledges or 4-year pledges is a long pledge. I think we need to definitely look at maybe 1 or 2-year commitments if we make one. It needs to be shorter.
Do you think there's any way we could approach YPG and say, instead of giving you 50,000 next year, we're gonna give you the 25 because we're in a pickle, but we're gonna add that on for another year and delay that?
you know, and.
You know, because I look at it as the county's job in economic development by and far is infrastructure and safety. Because if you don't have infrastructure to drive on and your community is not safe, you will have no economic development. And we have been kicking this can down the road for so long that, for me, I want to be the commission that says we are finally going to do something. Now, in 2 years or 4 years, when we're all unelected, the next commission might decide something different. But dang it, at least we drew a line in the sand and said this is where we're going to start. And it may seem small, but when I started saving for retirement, that $10 a week I put away was small then, but it made a difference in the long run. So I guess that's how I look at it, and I think maybe if we could approach them and say, you know, we want to go through with our commitment, but we also want to do our part of economic development and help you by having good roads for our folks to drive on.
And I'd like to add what Dan said about the stone bridge, like say, if it would collapse, the 2 pipeline companies that I worked for 3 decades, our safety regulations, and like you said, the safety is of the county citizens is most important. Our safety regulations were written in blood. Somebody always had to die before we would implement a safety requirement. And I don't want to see anybody have a school bus go collapse because of a bridge that we've failed to take some money away from YPG or somebody else.
Well, and something that we haven't considered either, when we were here for tax board, a lot of these organizations don't pay any or we defer their taxes, which is a huge savings, I think, with, YPG was $750,000 worth of assessed value in taxes that we don't, as a courtesy to them, don't charge them taxes on. And that's, I don't know how much that would be, but that's a huge amount. And we also don't, charge taxes on some of these other organizations as well. So I don't think that that's being considered either.
Probably not. I just, and it's, if there's dollars around, it's always easy to please someone and say yes. It's always easy to say, you know what, I support you, I want to give you dollars. It's very difficult to take it away, but I think almost every one of these organizations, if we hadn't donated any money to anything in ever, and they all came asking for these amounts today with our current budget, I think we would all say, we would love to, but we don't have the dollars. Problem is, we have a history with these people now, and with these organizations, and we support them, and I don't know if what I'm saying, I guess, is we look for some sort of an exit plan or to curtail it back or whatnot, or if we continue the way we're going. but, it needs to be discussed, needs to be looked at.
Well, I don't, yeah, I mean, you know, some organization, you know, like the senior center, I don't think, you know, we also have to consider, you know, what's the cost if we don't fund it? Are people gonna use our ambulance services more because they're not getting proper nutrition? Are the people who aren't getting properly, you know, socialized, are they gonna have, you know,
Right.
other mental illness? So, I mean, the senior citizen center one, you know, in my opinion, is real important. The other ones, you know, maybe some sort of exit, you know, plan. You know, I think this needs to be a bigger discussion with the city, you know, of, you know, there's something else too. If the city's willing to help us out with the ambulance, well then, we could probably help out with these ones. If they're not, then maybe we need to, you know, if the city wants to pay 80% of the ambulance bill, I'm fine with keeping, you know, the senior center and the library and all that. But if they're not, then I think we need to.
I mean, we could make
To
the
consider.
argument with most of these, the same as the senior center, is, you know, look at the homeless shelter. I think our ROI on that is huge, where we give them $10,000 and their success rate, I think, pays in the end,
Well-
keeping people out of jail and off the streets. So you could make that argument with a lot of these.
Well, I think the senior center, I'm sorry to cut you off, senior center is citizens from Yankton County. The Pathway Shelter, which is a great organization, a lot of those people aren't from Yankton. Because I'm down there a lot of those people aren't from, I believe they're from 17 different counties. Maybe a lot of them are from Yankton, but certainly not everybody. And I almost
80%
feel,
of them.
you know, a Pathway Shelter or something like that, maybe reach out to the churches and other organizations and fundraising to do that. That, you know, that almost seems like that's,
Well, it's kind of like when you talked about nonprofit,
Yeah.
and I think when you guys weren't here, but we denied the archery. I think they wanted 20,000 because that's what they had gotten the year before, and we denied them totally nothing. And because they're nonprofit, kind of like the specialty hospital that was purchased by Avera,
Yeah.
we lost $150,000 in property taxes because. And so that 150,000 doesn't sound much, but when you start adding it up over 20 years, it's a lot of money.
Adds up.
So,
you know, and my concern with Pathways, it's a great organization, but it keeps expanding, and they rely on grants, and if they need it something a little more sustainable. If the grants dried up, we may be on the hook for 50,000. Who knows? I mean, it's a tough situation, but.
kind of like when Steve was talking about that vehicle for the special response that the FEMA gave to him, and now it's got to be replaced. Well, that was great, the gift, but now we're stuck with the replacement cost.
Yeah. Don, you were gonna say something. What do you got?
Well, just, it's a discussion on what the role of government is. And some would say government is to defend the country against foreign invaders, and others. And others would say, no, it's to take care of the people, but I go to churches, you all probably do, and our minister talked about it was a responsibility of the church this last Sunday to take care of the kids on the borders. I mean, I totally agree with that. I think it's their parents' responsibility for putting them in that position. But that being is, that's what we're dealing with, is where does the line of government end? And for the last probably 30 years, government has been edging over and over and over into taking care of more and more of the social issues, and you know.
It's got to a tipping point, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's very heavy.
It's fine when you can afford it, but when you're at the point where we're at now,
Well, it's sad.
We could afford it when we couldn't.
Yeah.
You know,
It's sad to say.
$22 trillion of debt.
I kind of look at these as ROIs too, and I look at some of the social programs as ROIs. You know, what,
Return on investment.
yeah, what is that return? And, you know, this is a little off topic, but I had a discussion with Pierre about some mental health issues, wanting to get an individual into a program. And the response was they have to be arrested several times and get sent to HSC 2 more times before they could do anything. And you look at the long-term cost, which is a little bit of upfront cost, better than the alternative. And that's it. You don't want to look at people and programs and things that way, but some of these you kind of can look at the, okay, is $10,000 a year worth it 20 years from now, 5 years from now?
The data that the Boys and Girls Club puts out shows that they have dramatically improved the kids' likelihood of graduating and becoming
Yeah.
successful.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's 15, 20 years from now.
Right. And it still does come down to what's the role of government.
Well, should,
And local government especially, and I lean probably more so towards Sherry's comment that until we have, you know, staffed sheriff's department and good roads to drive on, we don't spend money anywhere else. But then you can also come in and make that argument that some of these go towards safety. You know, some of these are going to the safety of our citizens, and so
and the
to me, I would
quality of
look
life
closer
and-
at this list of what is returning on safety, closer to the safety of our citizens and to the well-being of them and social issues and what's not.
Are there any on the, do you have the full list again, Sherry?
Of this?
Yeah, of the organization. Are there any that we could say, well, because Pathways, we gave 5,000 last year. They actually asked for 10,
We
correct?
gave 10 this year.
Yep,
We did give them 10?
yep.
When did we do that?
That was last year's budget.
It was budgeted for this year.
Okay.
I guess what, if you want to change, I need to know which line item you want to change, so I can get, because I'll be advertising next month, to get you a corrected provisional.
So
So I would need to.
walk me through this so I'm sure I understand, because you got general funds, all these other funds. When you take total expenses versus total revenues for the year, what's the balance?
The budget, their budget figure that they requested.
We got requested $18 million.
Here's revenue that was, or the tax portion that's coming in. This is the total revenue coming in. This is total means of finance. And here is the total budget for the general fund.
So we're about $100,000 off of, so what that says is the general fund would, if it went exactly as this, the general fund would be $100,000 less a year from now than it is this year.
Because we need to transfer that from the general fund to
Yeah.
support
Yeah.
the budget for the general fund.
So we're running at a loss then? Or is that, would you say?
And you don't, we don't have the $200,000 for the Stone Bridge in there, I mean, do we?
Basically,
Have it as a line, but I think you can add all this up.
this amount at the top of this last page, the 3 million,
Okay.
that is what we have to use for this year's budget to support next year's budget.
So, so this is a bigger discussion as we have this.
It's different than business.
Yeah.
This is not, this is not, and that's what a lot of people understand, the county government, it is not, it's a balanced budget, but it's not a true balanced budget because you need the cash from the general fund to to help.
And the deal is that general funding go down every year until it gets to zero.
Oh, it's zero.
And then you got real problems.
Then you got real-
borrowing from general fund.
Well, and really, that's, you know, the direction we're going to, where I think we need to set the conditions for future commissions to be successful. And I think this is a bigger issue than, you know, just this discretionary spending. We're gonna have to go through some of these other departments too. We have to. I don't think we don't have a choice. The direction that things are going, there's
No,
too
no.
much we gotta pay for and not enough money coming in, so.
Now, remember this, and Patty, you get me when I'm wrong. Remember this year, we'll have roughly $2 million, but you said it comes in quarterly, so some of that's already in there. But roughly $2 million unbudgeted dollars that'll come in from net jail proceeds. And that's always the cushion that's in the budget to cover the pitfalls that jump up.
It also costs, if you look at the jail budget, it costs to run that jail too.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it is budget
Yeah.
1.7.
Well, I just want to say this, Sherry talked about the other commissions have kicked the can down the road. Dan talked about the safety of the bridges, the collapse possibility. I'm going to say this, instead of cherry picking and saying, well, we're only going to give YPAPG 25,000, we're only going to give them, we cut it totally that nobody gets anything. And we take that 170,000 or whatever, put it into the bridge fund. That way nobody can say, well, you gave them this much and I didn't get this much and they got half of what they asked for last year. We cut it off totally. I know it's going to make some effects and somebody's not going to be happy, but drastic times like this are due for drastic measures. With this flood and with the roads, we have to do something, and it's not going to feel good for anybody, but we're going to have to do something and do it this way, because we do these micro adjustments and a little bit less here, a little bit less there. It's not going to make a hill of beans. We've got to do it either all the way or not at all. And I'm not going to be responsible for a busload of kids crashing through the Stone Church Bridge or another one and try to explain to their family, well, I guess we wanted to give YAPG or somebody else a little bit of money so we couldn't fix your bridge for you, but your kids are dead. So I'm sorry I get a little candid sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's a little rough.
Well, it's a little rough, but you know what?
You got bridge inspectors out there, you got a lot of people.
Nobody's inspected these bridges underneath the water.
They're
nobody.
driving over them now.
Nobody.
You know,
They're driving it over.
I think Joe's point of some return on investment from a human perspective should be taken into account. And I hate to just move any of these to zero in 1 year, because they have for so long gotten something from the county. I mean, there was a commitment for the Boys and Girls Club, and that's 2 more years. I think we should finish that out. The transit is 5,000. I know that group requires so many contributions in order to get matching funding. And it is important because it gets people to doctor's appointments who don't have transportation. It gets kids to school. So I think that 5,000 personally, and I'm speaking personally here, is well spent. At the airport, $15,000 for the past 11 years. I would propose to cut that in half to $7,500. It doesn't cut them off, but it is $7,500. The library, I would encourage the city to up the fees, and I'm a user, I have a library card, and $5 for me is pretty cheap. I do think we could probably reduce that from 24,000 maybe down to 12 and encourage them to up the fees. The 4-H people provide programming we pay for that programming at the library, so it's not like we're just giving money. We are giving time from our employees as well. The Historic Society, I voted for the levy for them. My understanding was that was going to be their donation for historic preservation, was that tax levy, which will always increase because it is a flat levy, and as valuations increase, they're going to get more dollars. They've requested 34,000. I suggest only giving them 15,000 this year.
About the, Grand Canyon.
That could be in there. That could be a couple thousand of that 15,000.
They didn't get anything this year, though, did they?
No.
Because
So
they had requested, I think, 32 and 34. The Senior Citizen Center, we gave them 31,000 last year. I would suggest going to 33,000, but not to give anything for the air conditioner replacement. The homeless shelter, I would leave alone, and the reason is, it is not just out-of-town people. These are folks from Yankton who can't find a place to live, and they have an 80% success rate of getting people in a home with a job and functioning productively in our community. Yankton Area Progressive, I think it's worth a conversation to talk about maybe putting that out in the future and maybe going a little bit less for longer. If that's not possible, then we have to go with our commitment there. But certainly I agree with Don, we shouldn't make 5-year commitments for any commission going forward. The contact center, 50,000, I wouldn't change. Domestic abuse, 10,000, I wouldn't change, and reason being is 7,000 of it comes from marriage licenses and divorce licenses, so essentially it's just $3,000 from general. That's where I personally stand. If you add up the difference there of what I propose cutting, there's 27, 30, 40, 55, that's like $65,000. Plus the jail fee of about $150, you're up over $200,000. And I would put all of the stuff that was cut into the bridge fund. So that gives everybody a place to throw in arrows and disagreeing or suggesting.
Well, I think in addition to that, we'd have to have the conversation with the city about helping out with the ambulance fee.
Oh, that's an absolute.
I mean, because I'm, you know, if we could start out with, hey, work with us here and you know, we could possibly maintain our, you know, the library and the airport if they're willing to give on some of these others. So,
I think if we go into negotiating schedule the session where we're going to cut off part of our, it could be problems. I'd like to have the whole deck available to play when we go.
yeah.
Because
Back to the city with Sherry, do you want to set up an appointment with the city? And I'll go with you, so we can talk about that 80%.
Actually, no, I think that we need to talk to our ambulance person first.
First,
He's
okay.
coming on
He'll be here.
next
Yep,
Tuesday.
yep, he'll be here next Tuesday.
Don, were you done? Did you have something else? Okay. But I agree with you 100%, because it might work out, because that ambulance is just getting to be a monster there, and if that could, seriously, that could free up hundreds of thousands right there if we could get some sort of agreement. And you know, if we're looking at it in the grand scheme of things, and we ask the citizens, what do you want an ambulance service when you're in a car wreck, or do you want, you know, one of these other services? I think if we're talking about quality of life, saving people's lives, that's a real important thing. So, well, I guess should we put,
one of the things that I think a message we have to get to all these people who come and ask for assistance from us too, is that they really need to appear on our schedule and tell the public why it's just, why they're important to the public. We're making a decision and everybody looks at us as being either the good guy or the bad guy, depending upon how they look at it. But it's the public that measures whether it's a good decision or not. And they should, I told the Boys and Girls Club, you know, they gotta get in here and justify why we should be supporting them. Same way with the Senior Citizen Center.
Well, on that point, let's make that mandatory. If they're, you know, same with the department heads, every one of them came in. I think before we give any of these organizations, I mean, they should come and tell us what they've done with the money, you know, YPG should be in here and telling us, this is what I accomplished with your money.
Bring in statistics showing that we
The
made
seniors-
this many calls, we donated
Yeah.
this many kids,
Or something
Yeah.
like that, the historic preservation, if they're gonna get money, you know. Jesse Bailey did a great job with that, with Pathways, but I think the other organizations should as well.
Yeah, and we didn't necessarily
The
ask,
library.
but I know at the request, there was a representative from the airport, the library, historical made a presentation. Homeless shelter did. That might have been about it. The domestic abuse,
That's,
Desiree.
Bailey.
No,
Domestic
that
abuse.
was homeless shelter, was Jesse Bailey.
Does he do domestic abuse?
But anyway, some of them were here,
But like,
That,
but I know, yeah, I know what
like,
you're saying. That's-
I think $1 million got committed out of one of those organizations. That's a lot of money. Then it's over several years. They're making the,
Sure.
you know, and it's in the community, but it's still an important thing, and they should sell that. They should be
Yeah.
telling the public how they're
Yeah.
getting value out of their tax dollar.
Yeah, well, and we should be able to do that too, because when people approach us, why are you funding this? Well, because they do this, this, and this, and this, and then we know. 'Cause it helps them, and it helps us, and it helps the whole community.
I will say, and maybe something that, this isn't necessarily this discussion, but Nancy from YPG had offered at some of the town hall meetings if she would tag along to kind of give a pitch or do whatever at some of those things too. So that offer's out there just for anybody who's going.
Are we doing a decision here, or what do you need from, do we need any solid decision today, Patty, or?
we're gonna have to do it soon. I mean, another day, you wanna do it at a commissioner meeting?
Well, I
So I
think,
can get
Well,
it
I'm probably
together.
not too far off of what you're.
How about, I think the rough math, we kind of said, we're gonna borrow 100 and some thousand from the general fund to make it a balanced budget. Don't write anything down.
I'm not,
But I just think Sherry came up with a list of suggestions that said it was a plus 100,000. So if we made a motion to pass this on the condition that we would make final adjustments to match that 100, so we could end up with a balanced budget.
I like where you're going with that.
Knowing in the background that we do have a lot of room to play with some income from the jail.
There's some other expenses that we've kind of discussed but haven't really done anything with either.
Fees for the ambulance, we never discussed.
I would really like, if you wanna change things, to tell me what you want to change and to get
Yeah, I think
the
we need to.
report for you, and then you guys can go from there.
Right, yeah,
So
I
you
think,
have exact, and what you can put away, so you know exactly. So I don't think there needs to be a motion about, I think that you should have exact numbers first before you do a vote.
I think the capital outlay accumulations we've discussed, we haven't really actually discussed it, but that would be the, what Steve and what Paul put away for
Plus two
new
put away.
vehicles and whatnot. That might be worth discussion. I don't wanna get,
Well, we could cut $60,000 off the buildings.
right,
Yeah, right there, it'd be 60,000.
right.
I'd
And
put
that's
that
where
in.
I think we probably, you know, we want a safety net there, but we also have our contingency fund. You know, if everyone's got all of these little contingency funds add up to a lot of dollars that we're not carrying any interest on, or very little. And that goes along with like the jail fund, we got $1 million sitting there. I know we're gonna use a lot of that, but I would never wanna see that go that high again. I mean,
No.
unless we knew we're planning for something down the road.
Right.
You know, because if money is just sitting there, I mean, it should be utilized somewhere else. I agree.
See, why that kind of accelerated up to that amount was, I think when I started, the jail was making like 400,000 a year,
Right.
500,000, and all of a sudden they're making 800. Well, you're putting 25% of 800,000 away.
Right,
Because it was 10% when it first started.
yeah, yeah, and I can see how that gets away, but.
I mean, it was
I think
a
it's
wise
time to-
decision to do that, because you never know if you're gonna get a
And then
big
there
bill or
would have
something.
to be a motion to put that back down to 10%.
Yeah, so I
We-
think
we-
we kick that down.
Can we put that on can we put that on the agenda for the next meeting?
But we can budget it now, we can budget that now, that reduction.
Well, we don't have any budget with that. We don't budget for the jail, that jail
Oh,
building.
okay.
We don't budget for that.
Okay.
I have to supplement that, you know, at the
Yeah,
end of the
yeah.
year.
So are we wanting to take that general government building from 60,000 to say 20 or 30?
Or just
I think
not
this year we
fund
could
it this
drop
year?
it to 20.
Just not fund it, if there's 200,000 in there right now, just not.
Would you mind if I would ask first Department of Revenue before
Sure.
we make any motions?
Yep.
Because we have time and.
Okay.
Yeah,
To
I'm
make
thinking
sure
just
that you
pencil
can-
things we wanna pencil in or do whatever,
So
so.
that's an option.
Well, can we get this done and at our next meeting Tuesday night?
It's
Can we-
not, it's next
Sure.
Tuesday,
Yep.
right? Next Tuesday.
Week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and I think one of my decisions is really gonna, I think, hinge on what we're able to do with this ambulance too. I mean, I think he's gotta raise his fees. He's gotta do some restructuring there too before I approve his budget at least.
I see, I'm not sure, but remembering previous discussions, I think he has no objection to raising the fees.
No.
And I think there's plenty of justification out there to do it.
Yeah.
But we were way behind 2 years ago, weren't we, Patty, and didn't we take a bump in that, a big bump in it,
Yeah, I think it's been like, yeah.
a couple of years
Did raise
ago?
it, yeah.
And, you know, it's time to do it
Yeah.
again.
I think we need to have something to where we review all county fees, you know, at the beginning of the year, or just at least review them. You know, we're finding that in zoning and planning, 16 years without raising. I mean, we can't do that. We get too far behind, and then you bring them up to where they should be, and the people are, oh, you're raising the fee, you're tripling them. Well, I'd rather, little increase over time than one huge one. Are we able to, we have a Fleegs Bridge account too, don't we?
Well,
That
there's,
freaks- is
you
that-
don't, there's no account.
Okay.
There's just money assigned,
Okay.
and there's $100,000 left from the million that was in there.
Could we reallocate that into like a Stone Church Bridge account too?
You can assign money wherever you want.
Can we earmark it so it could only be used for something along that line. Because that's something maybe I would like for the next meeting too, is, you know, we can't tackle both Fleegs and Stone Church at one time, so we might as well just do a unity of effort on, you know, the one we assigned and just, saw it.
I would just call it James River Bridges.
Fund.
Or you
Because
can
we
put,
got
yeah,
one.
And
that's
I-
all you have, and you can, that way you can, I mean, you can, whichever bridge needs
Yeah.
to be first, you can just put James.
Sure.
We
Yeah,
could have
that's a
one of
good
the
idea.
other ones fail, and then if we've limited
You need
ourselves.
some positive
So,
thoughts.
flexibility.
He says.
No, I'm gonna raise a flag here.
Yeah.
Will people be concerned that we're not holding solid to our promise?
For Stone Church or?
Yeah.
Well, I think if we explain it, we're just, I don't know, we're consolidating, you know, on Fleegs or on Stone Church or what?
On Stone Church.
Well, we earmarked that money for grinding roads. That should be going into that fund too, that we earmarked, and then this
That was
from the
200
fleet.
grand.
And, well, I think it was 18,000 times, was it 7 or something?
Do those need to be specific, or can we just have the James River Bridge Fund?
That's what she just
Oh,
said.
sorry.
That would never work. No, but back to your point, Don, and I know we talked about a timeline, but I really feel that we need to have this course ahead for, you know, 4 years. If we're all done in 4 years, the last thing we wanna do is have worked our butts off for this money and then it gets reallocated somewhere else. I think, I would like to see that bridge be replaced in, I think it was said 5 years, I think it needs to be less than that. Because situations change, you know, if you get, the attitude changes and it might be utilized elsewhere, which we don't want that to happen.
Well, I think we need to keep, I think we need to set realistic goals, but I was gonna mention to Gary, you know, Gary said when times were tough, they, you know, budgeted it. I don't think I'm gonna budget any different today due to a storm or tight times than I would next year, or
Yeah.
if times were good. 100% of any extra dollar we have goes into, to me, goes into roads and towards the James River bridges. So, I guess I don't know, I think we set a realistic timeline, but if we can accelerate it, then we certainly should.
If it's a $3 million roughly bridge, our share is 600,000, is that?
It's about a $4 million, I think.
Yeah.
I thought it
I
was,
would
he
use
said it was
4.
3, cause that one's small, well, 4, but, you know.
800,000.
So, I mean,
To
we're gonna
replace the bridge.
4 million.
see, I thought that was
That's
Fleet's
what Clark
Bridge.
said.
I thought it was Fleet's Bridge, but when he talked about Stone Church, since it's a smaller bridge.
It was.
He said, cause you said, oh, that's actually really great news, because he thought it was less.
Well, but in 4 years, cost will be different, and I would go high versus low.
I think it was 3.2 or something.
Yeah, so, we really almost need a 3-year plan instead of a 4-year plan, because 4 years from now, we don't know what's gonna be going on in the county and in here. If we have a goal of getting that bridge done when we leave, I don't know, maybe, if Don stays longer than us, that's what we want. But,
See, the
So-
old Dodgers.
no, I mean, when you get
Well,
reelected or
but the
whatnot.
other thing you gotta think about too is you can't just focus on the one thing needing fixed. We have roads
Right.
too, so, you know, to me, the 5 years was realistic because we also need to put money away for Walshtown Road or Old 50 or whatever it is too. And if you're socking away every extra penny for this thing to get it done early, everything else is one mere year pushed down. So it's a balancing
Well,
act there too.
Yeah.
Plus, I hope this doesn't come out wrong, but I know Stone Church Bridge is to the point, but we don't wanna replace Johnson Bridge until it's ready to fall down either. You know, you
Yeah,
wanna
yeah.
get your full life out of everything.
Sure.
So
Well,
we don't wanna-
yeah, I get what you guys are saying, but if we don't, I think there's a reason none of these bridges have been replaced in 70 years, is because it hasn't been made a top priority, and we need to go after this, aggressive. There's always gonna be roads that need repaired or resurfaced or whatever, and, sometimes you just have to focus on one thing and get that thing accomplished, come hell or high water, and push forward and get it done. And I think that's what we have to do with a bridge, because if we don't, and I think a 5-year plan is not a good idea, because that money could be put away, and then somebody who sees things differently and they're sitting in here could say, well, we need to do it this way, and then that bridge will never
We
be
need to
fixed.
start pushing for that big grant as soon as we can get it. And
Yeah.
if we get one by chance next year, we should put the bridge in next year.
I think so too.
And borrow the money if we have to. I'm not a proponent of borrowing money, but
We have a time frame to use the grant too.
Well, I think, if we got.
we don't get the grant.
Yeah, it's
No.
It ain't happening.
No, exact, so we need to have it ready to go. If we had to, we'll have that money that from grinding the roads, we could get that money from Fleet's Bridge. We could even, if we had to borrow some of the money from even this building fund, I think we could possibly do that. We'll have FEMA funds coming in as well. I think we need to really focus on this, not to the detriment of other things, but it has to be a top priority or it's not gonna happen.
Right.
That's why it's been 70 years.
Well, Sherry and I are gonna have this total corridor plan laid out.
Yeah.
That'll make every decision from there on easy.
Awesome, that's awesome.
hit the easy button and let's go.
What else do we need to go
Okay,
over then?
Sherry, you suggested the center at 33,000, library 12,
Yep,
historical 15, split between the Kramer for 2 and historical 13. And those are the changes you had?
that was my opinion.
And then that's 25,000 out of, what do we need? We need 100,000 to be roughly balanced. So 25,000 out of the,
I don't know what the 25,000 was.
we were talking about, instead of the government building, putting 60,000 a year and
Oh.
reducing it.
And I
down.
wanted to
20,
check
so
that.
that'd be 40,
I want to
yeah.
check for that first.
So that'd be 40.
I think if we, go ahead, sorry.
I guess I'd really be upset if the state had an objection to that. That's
Especially
a
if it's our
contingency
choice.
fund, it's our decision, it's our building, it's our responsibility.
I just want to make sure though, before because it's taxes,
Yeah.
and that's different than just doing revenue.
Okay.
I think if we're doing that, should we reduce the pathway shelter to 5 or 75 or something like that too? I think,
I would.
well, if we're cutting the senior citizen center, we should,
No,
We're
we're
not.
not cutting, we're increasing the senior citizen center, we're just not offering to pay for the air conditioner
So you're just putting 33,000 for the center.
for the center. That was my suggestion.
I think maybe we should look at, trimming pathways a little bit as well, to make it fair. I know they do a great community service, but it would also help in the long run as it's forcing these people to go other places. If you just, walk in the city and the county, they write you a check, you're done. You don't have to go door to door and speak about what you do. I think, long term, I think it's helps them by forcing them to find other sources. A small cut is not gonna, it's not gonna be super detrimental to them, but it forces them to go to other areas and seek that funding for.
I think they
for
do, and they've
long-term-
been working on getting Bond Home to chip in and other
Well,
counties to chip in.
This, sometimes it helps to, do some of that as well. I know, especially with that, that there are people from, what he said, I believe 17 different counties that are represented, and Yankton pays the bills for that. Our
Well, he
county
said,
does.
I think 80% of their customers are from Yankton.
Yep.
I mean, they
And
do
have a
draw it
waiting
in,
list.
but
They have a waiting list of 80 people.
Yeah.
Right.
I will say, I think Jesse and his crew works harder than any one of these people on the list as far as recruiting, funding, and doing some of that.
I agree with that.
I do.
Yeah, he
Yep.
does, he just.
Yeah, it's,
I'm good with the 10.
what else, are there any other?
Did
we
you,
keep
were you
in-
doing anything with, for the county accumulated? Were you changing that at all?
Which
Or
one?
the 56 and the 20,000?
Oh.
For emergency management?
I don't
The
know.
ambulance and the,
I know we kind of discussed, or it was brought up, I don't know.
And you want 100,000, correct? Assigned to the bridge?
200,000 to the bridge.
See, that will go into that county accumulations, because you're accumulating dollars. So that'll be 200,000 more.
Oh, I got
So it'll be
Wasn't it
276,000.
200,000, 200?
Yeah, I think a $250,000 is what we were
250.
shooting for.
250 was the goal.
So that's all, that would all go into that one county accumulations fund.
But if you look at, if you look at the break-even budget, that is not, that can still be called a break-even budget, because that's, you just moved it from one pocket to the other.
You're carrying it.
Right.
And you wanted to say James River Bridges
Yeah.
and 40,000 to the
Building.
government buildings.
Yeah. Sherry, is that right?
So the government buildings is not 60, it'll be 20 now. So the 40 would essentially go somewhere else, yeah.
And then, I don't know, on that grinding up the roads, did we get a final decision on that, or?
Well, that was the
That was-
last vote we took was to put that into that fund. And that was 15,500 a mile at 7 miles. That was the last vote we took.
And I don't know if you wanted to, are you gonna wait till the end of the year? Well, I'd like to have it before October 1st, before the wage, what you guys decide to do on the wage.
Yeah, if we stick with 3% or we go lower or we do a flat rate, everybody gets $1,000,
And I think it's,
something like that.
I think we need to really dig into that wage study that's out there, and that we have some people who are paid very well, and maybe some people who could make a little bit more, and I don't know if we could take it on an individual basis or with the department heads, get recommendation from the department heads on what they want to see, or I don't know how we want to do that. I think a blanket approach is easier, but maybe
we
not
don't
as
have
good.
a lot of time too to, I mean, I think that would be nice, but we don't have a lot of time to decide some of this stuff.
Well, basically 3.5 or 2.5 or whatever the numbers were. That's to kind of mirror the cost of living, right?
Yeah.
CPI is 2.4.
2.4. We haven't talked about, and I don't expect us to, but when and if the county ever gets either through an agreement with other counties, a human resource manager, that those issues will get formalized. And not be an issue. If you want a number, I'd vote for the 2.4%.
Yeah, I think we can come in right around there, right?
Yeah, I don't think we can do 3.
What did we do last year? 2.1?
They budgeted 2, and I think we voted to go to 2.5, isn't that right, in January?
What was the CPI?
CPI was
2.3, 2.2 last year?
I don't know, I thought it was 2.4 or 2.6 or something, it was closer
I think
to
it's
the 2.5.
2.4.
Was it 2.4 last year too, so we went 2.5, yeah.
Yeah, I think the state went 2.5 for their increase last year.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. So we did too. Okay. Well, I would be, if we're gonna do a percentage, I would be more for the 2.4, 2.5 range. But I do think, and I think it is too short a time to really do a wage study. Because Patty's got deadlines to make and, you know, it's either that or everybody gets a flat added.
Yeah, I've always had this haunting feeling that if this were a business, the real thing we would be looking at is not only wages, but the number of employees we employ. And I think there's probably a fair number of people that don't deserve a raise.
Yeah, we don't do a merit system.
There's lots of them that deserve a larger raise than they'll get.
Yep,
But can't do that now.
yep. Everything's public.
I can have, send out an email to the, I don't know if I'll have it. They should be able to figure whatever 2.5, 2.4, whatever you, use them to figure to see what it looks like.
Maybe we should look at 2.4 if that's what the CPI index is. I mean, nobody will gain, but nobody will lose. If there was ever a year to be cautious, it's this year. And nobody's losing ground, nobody's gaining ground. But I think let's plan for that.
Well, I know some of
And
the
then-
department heads at their step, you know, I think they factored a 3% or 2.5, but then they still have their step
Yeah,
increases and
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, you know, most jobs, except for zoning, when they're open, they get filled really quickly because people want to work for the county. It's a, yeah, especially the auditor's office, I
Yeah.
guess. So,
And I'd like not to see an event like happen when Brian come in and cornered us or squeezed the additional raise out of us because the county had done so well.
One thing we talked about the flyover and possibly going to 4 years, putting people's heads. I think another, you know, it's not huge savings, but our computer system's going to 4 instead of 3 years, rotations. I never want to get behind on some of that stuff, but I don't think 4 years is, I mean, we had engineering firm using pretty hefty software, and we were on a 5-year rotation, I think, a lot of times.
yeah.
So, I don't know, to me, I hate getting new computers, because then you have to change everything over, and I'd rather
The
never
only
get a new
thing,
computer.
you know, we're not really getting new computers, we're just getting the drive, the little box that they sit on. That's what's changing.
Yeah, you're just keeping monitors and
Yeah,
keyboards,
we
but you're
don't
getting
get,
a whole,
yeah,
the new.
unless some offices want new monitors, they can get them, that comes out of their budget,
Right,
but otherwise it's just the,
yeah. Just something to think about for extra dollars.
Every penny counts. Okay.
Okay, I'll put those changes in and as soon as I get them from the department heads, I'll ask for them to refigure 2.4.
Uh-oh.
Any questions while I'm here?
Oh, boy. Yeah, sobriety program, how does that,
You should have
work?
ran.
And you're on camera too. But it looked like it brought in 69,000, but it cost 89,000?
No, there's still an account there that has
Okay.
money in it.
Okay. What happened, because we looked at that account and it started out 100 and it's going, I believe
Yeah,
there's only 30,000
that's a restricted
in there?
account. Even if
Okay.
there was 400,000 in it, you can't use it for anything but the 24/7 sobriety
That's what I
program.
thought. So we
That's
get
state
that.
statute.
So we
Yeah.
send to, I can't remember, the SCRAM and all of that, and the sobriety testing.
Certain fees, but
Yeah.
you'll notice that fund will fluctuate
Okay.
up and down because some months they'll be ordering supplies. And if there isn't enough, they take it out of that, I believe. Don't you, Patty? Yeah, back and forth.
What happens
so.
when that account, it's 130, when it gets to zero?
Then the county can say, we're not going to do the 24/7 program anymore. And,
Is there a
Do we have
plan
any-
from the state?
Any, say in those fees?
no, those are set by
That's
the
what I
legislature
thought, yeah.
and administrative rule.
Alrighty.
I don't think that fund will ever go, it never has
Okay.
gone below,
All right.
you know.
We were also discussing that at the next meeting, per your request, that the percentage of the jail fees from 25 to 10, are you still okay
I think
with
that
us
would be
doing
fine.
Okay.
Depending on what you do with the jail, I mean, there's plenty there. And I think even after that, there'll be sufficient monies in there to go down to that 10%.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, all right.
you know, if there's 500,000 in there, we're good, you know.
2.4% with wage.
Instead of 3%, to figure 2.4.
0.4, I can remember that.
Going with the CPI.
Okay.
Anything for the sheriff while he's here?
No?
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Did you discuss at all the, like the jail administrator's salary that I talked about at the first meeting?
We haven't got
Okay,
in depth
yeah.
in any of that stuff.
Okay, that's great. There was one other thing too. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, thank you.
Is there anything else you need from us? We don't need to make a motion or anything, so.
That's what
Anything
these
else?
meetings are for, is to discuss
So
it.
are we putting something on next Tuesday's meeting to do with this? So we.
If you want to
if you
do,
want-
or a special meeting, or to just do it at a meeting,
When do you have to have this in by?
I have to advertise in August,
Okay.
twice.
So I
And then I have to have it approved by October 1st.
okay.
And at the next meeting or their next meeting, we'll have to change the meeting because we'll be coming back on Tuesday from the convention
convention.
here. So we'll have to, if you want to do it that week, till Wednesday,
When is the convention again? I'm sorry.
15th and 16th of September, I think.
Yeah, it's a Monday, Tuesday.
I guess, I still think we need to hit this up with the ambulance, and that'll happen on Tuesday, and work with the city on possibly sharing costs, because I think that'll change things, in my opinion.
But the city will never give you an answer on that
No,
in
their
3
budget
months.
is later,
Well,
so, then, I think it would be nice if we got the money.
mm.
To me, it'd be like getting FEMA money, but I don't think we should
Well,
think on getting.
I'm wondering, back to what Don said, if we work with the city on this, and then we go and we cut airport and we cut senior citizen center, is that gonna muddy the waters with them? I think we need to say, we need to have a discussion with them before we propose these cuts, because just like you said, we need to go in with all our cards, and we want to work with them, we want to coordinate with them, and it might come to where we don't need to cut any of those things because we're getting help in another area, and then that's a wash, that's fine. But if we come in and well, here's our cuts and here's our cuts, and we want you to do this, that makes that conversation harder, and so I think that we need to, that discussion with you and Gary needs to happen prior to those numbers going the way they are.
I don't think it really matters one way or the other, because at the end, money goes this way, money goes this way, and there's a difference at the very end. I mean, it's all,
It does though, because, well, you already cut it, and I think it makes a huge difference if you go in, already have cutting those, in my opinion, that's just my opinion.
Well, I think
So-
you could,
after they watch this, they'll know the stance
Certainly.
anyway.
I don't know
so-
who's gonna, well, you know, and really for the people watching it, it's not that we want to cut anything, it's we're at the
No,
point
but-
that we absolutely have to.
But this, it's taxpayer
So-
money,
Yeah.
and we need to be good stewards.
I have that we will approve the provisional budget August 6th meeting. I will advertise it twice in
Okay,
for 2 weeks, and we will approve the budget, the annual budget, the September 17th.
okay.
okay.
Okay. All right.
So the September, we'll have a meeting on,
Well, like I said, we'll be coming home on the 16th from Pier, so they'll have to reschedule that meeting, because right now it's scheduled for the 16th.
okay, so we'll just have it at a regular county meeting and on the September 17th is a
To
Tuesday?
approve the budget?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else? All right, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.